Board of Education. Today is November 12th, 2020. This is a regular business meeting. May we have an attendance roll call, please?
On the attendance roll call, Student Director Powell, Student Director Ramos, Director Ng,
Here.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Present.
Director Yee,
Here.
Director Torres, Director Harris,
Here.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Here.
and President London.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. At this time, we will be recessing into closed session. While in closed session, we will be discussing labor matters, legal matters, public employee performance evaluation, and real property matters. We will return to public session at 5:30 or as close to thereafter as possible. And on this Zoom channel, we are now officially in recess. Thank you.
I'm ready, Mario.
Great. Good evening. This is the Board of Education. We are returning from recess. Can we have an attendance roll call, please? Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes, on the second, machine's not responding as quickly as I'd like. On the second roll call, Student Director Powell, Student Director, you're present? Okay. Student Director Ramos, Director Ng,
Here.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Present.
Director Yee, Director Yee, Director Torres,
Here.
Director Harris,
Here.
okay, Vice President Gonzalez,
I'm here.
and President London.
I'm here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. Before we go to item G, I want to thank everyone for joining us for the penultimate, next to last, regular OU at Oakland Unified School District Board meeting of the 2020 school year. On behalf of the board, I would like to start by thanking the voters of Oakland for approving Measure Y, our facilities bond that was on the ballot on November 3rd. The passage of this measure with 77% support is a huge win and will benefit the students of Oakland for generations to come. On behalf of the board, I would also like to congratulate the presumptive winners for the vacant school board seats: Sam Davis in District 1, Ben Cedric Williams in District 3, Mike Hutchinson in District 5, and Cliff Thompson in District 7. While the election has not been certified, it appears that these 4 individuals will be sworn into this board on Monday, January 5th, 2021, 11 a.m., as specified in the city charter. Under the leadership of Vice President Gonzalez, we have designed an orientation for the new board members that will occur over several months. The first session will be next Friday, November 20th, 1 to 4 p.m. The orientation will occur on Zoom and is open to the public to observe, as are almost all meetings of the school board. On a more disappointing note, this board endorsed Propositions 15 and 16, neither of which passed at the state level. I hope that the incoming board will continue the fight for full and fair funding of public education and for affirmative action. Now we will do our normal check on interpreting needs. To do that, I'd like to ask the Zoom administrator to automatically lower everyone's hands. Looks like we are ready. I'd now like to turn it over to David Copenhagen to ask if Spanish interpretation is needed for the start of the meeting.
Thank you, Jody. Buenas tardes. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de la pantalla, busque el icono de interpretación y seleccione esta imagen y se desplegará una lista de idiomas. Seleccione Spanish. Deberá escuchar al intérprete alto y claro. Posiblemente se escuche el inglés a un volumen inferior. Si por alguna razón el audio en ambos idiomas está al mismo nivel, desconéctese y vuelva a ingresar a la reunión. Para saber si hay personas en la reunión que necesitan interpretación, en este momento les pedimos que por favor levanten la mano o escriban en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide interpretación en este momento, no se prestará el servicio durante esa parte de la agenda. Para hacer un comentario público, participe como el resto de los participantes. Levante su mano para pedir la palabra. Hable fuerte y claro y haga una pausa después de cada oración para que podamos traducir consecutivamente. Muchas gracias.
Madam President, no Spanish interpretation is required at this time.
Thank you, General Counsel. I'd now like to ask Angel Ho to check on whether Cantonese interpretation is needed for the start of the meeting.
各位社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。你點擊之後，你可以揀中文，然後你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話傳譯。假如你有需要嘅話，麻煩你喺熒屏上邊舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, President London.
Madam President, no Cantonese interpretation is needed at this time.
Thank you. Moving forward, our process tonight will be, at the beginning of each item, to ask in Spanish and Cantonese that those who need interpreting to raise their hand so that we know that interpreting is requested. If no hands are raised at the beginning of an item for a particular language, then no interpreting will be provided for that item. If no interpreting has been requested for an item by item R, public hearing, then no interpreting will be provided for the rest of the meeting. There are many important items on tonight's agenda, and I would like to highlight a few of them. There will be a first read of the George Floyd District Safety Plan. There are a number of items regarding enrollment. These items were discussed at the last board meeting and are scheduled to be voted on tonight. We are also scheduled to vote on a resolution and new policy regarding housing for Oakland Unified School District staff, as well as unsheltered youth in our district. There are a number of labor matters tonight, including consideration of a memorandum of understanding with the Oakland Education Association and side letters with AFSCME and SEIU. There will be a first read of a resolution advancing and transitioning the citywide plan from this board to the new board, as well as a presentation on the development of living schoolyards across the district. I hope that you are able to stay for the entire meeting and give public comment if you are interested in doing so. We will, as always, do our best to take precautions during this meeting. Of course, regardless of what platform we are using, we cannot anticipate what a speaker says, just like with an in-person meeting. If a member of the public says or shows something inappropriate, I will do my best to have it addressed quickly, but please know that doing so is not immediate as mics and videos are controlled by staff. Now, for the usual basic instructions regarding how we are going to be using Zoom today and involving members of the community. All board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting. Some staff members are also present. Depending on the screen view, you might even see staff names. Staff will only be on video if they are presenting or responding to board questions. Members of the community will not be on video and will be muted except during public comment. There are multiple ways that you can make public comment during the meeting. If you have joined via computer, you can raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand feature. If you have joined via phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Ms. Floyd from our staff will call each member of the public who has raised their hand either by name or, for those who have called in, by your area code and last 3 digits of your phone number. Ms. Floyd will then unmute the person and that person may give public comment. If you are dialing in by phone, you can unmute yourself by pressing *6. After the time has elapsed, Ms. Floyd will remute and move on to the next person. E-comments will also be available during the meeting, and I want to thank the many people who have already taken advantage of the e-comment feature to offer comments on several of the items that are before us this evening and next week, which is a special meeting. To make an e-comment, please go to ousd.org and scroll down to the Legislative Information Center, upcoming events and live meeting video, and click on the e-comment link to submit comments on an agenda item for a meeting in progress. To make public comment in Spanish or Cantonese, please follow these instructions as well. Before starting your public comment, however, please state in Spanish or Cantonese that you would like translation. We will then need to get the translator ready for consecutive translation. Please say one sentence or phrase at a time and then wait for it to be translated into English. The speaker will of course be given additional time. I'm now going to move to item G, which is our report out of closed session from this evening. Labor matters. On item C1, number 20-1448, conference with labor negotiators, the board discussed this matter. Legal matters on item C2, item 20-2133, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. The board approved a settlement in this matter, moved by Vice President Gonzalez, seconded by Director Hinton Hodge. It was a 6-0 vote. One of our members was not yet at the meeting. Director Torres. On item C3, 202258, another conference on existing litigation. The board approved a settlement in this matter, moved by Vice President Gonzalez, seconded by Director Yee. Again, 6-0 vote. Director Torres was not yet at the meeting. And then on item C4, 201450, public employee performance evaluation for the general counsel, the board took up this matter. And then on item C5, real property, number 201743, conference with real property negotiators, the board provided direction on this matter. That concludes the report out from closed session. We will now go to item H, which is recognitions and celebrations. Each board member has 1 minute. If there is something that you would like to highlight that is happening in your district, this is your time. Please let me know by raising your hand and we'll time you. Vice President Gonzalez, 1 minute, please.
Thank you, President London. First, I want to just recognize one of our student directors, Director Ramos. I just saw her everywhere during the election, all over the news. So she's now like an official expert on youth civic engagement and leadership and elections. And so congratulations to her and to Skyline and to the other student leaders who worked on Measure QQ and lots of other things. That's really cool that our student leaders are just being recognized for their leadership in the community. Two other things about Skyline. They've got their prospective parent night next week, and they have a record high number of RSVPs this year. So that is very cool. We'd love to see Skyline thriving and people excited about it. And despite distance learning this year, the number of students taking AP exams and AP courses has actually increased. So that's really exciting. Tonight, we're going to get to hear about the Lockwood merger, which is the school that has been redesigned from Futures and Qs. And so I'm looking forward to hearing about that work. And then finally, just wanting to recognize CCPA. They're hosting one of our learning pods. Many schools are hosting pods to support students who have had the most progression in their learning during distance learning. And so I'm just really proud that they are trying to make sure that we are serving our most high needs students well. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anybody else want to offer a recognition or celebration? Director Hinton.
Great, thanks very much. I generally actually have it's D3, but I think it's the entire district, right? And thinking about for example, the People's Literacy Fund, which is something that I've been working on with Dr. Charles Cole, individual citizen, former employee of the district, an educator, and also Educate 78, giving out small mini grants up to like $5,000. And so there are a couple of students from McClymonds High School with an organization called MOB. Can't remember what it is. McClymonds Outstanding Men or Boys or something. And so they are actually basically building out a kind of tutoring and cascading program and developing that for young folks inside of McClymonds. So appreciative of like that community, engaging in during the pandemic and supporting in big ways. And then also to Higher Ground Development Corp, who's basically been an East Oakland based organization, but now has a site in West Oakland and is now going to be participating in a hub as well. And so that's Executive Director Amber Blackwell, who's been with the district for a couple of decades now, and so excited to see that partnership blossoming. So definitely to our student leaders that are stepping up and stepping in and supporting each other in this process. So appreciate all of you all.
Thank you. Did anybody else want to offer any recognitions or celebrations right now? Okay.
Yeah, briefly.
Oh, go ahead, please.
So I just wanted to quickly mention that I'm super excited about the ongoing construction at Fremont High School. I know there was a celebration in advance of the vote, probably, Measure Y and all that. But in any event, the school is going to be completed here in December. And I know there's plans for a celebration. But if you have a chance to go down High Street, anybody watching, anybody that doesn't normally go to East Oakland, for whatever reason, you're not getting to that side of town, not only is there an amazing Caribbean restaurant on High Street that when I picked up food yesterday, a woman drove all the way down from Sonora, she was Caribbean herself, to get that food. But High Street, where Fremont High School is, the football field is phenomenal. It looks amazing, and it's so overdue for those deserving students. The furniture, I understand, will be there the first week of December. So that's a really exciting time. Unfortunately, another sad note is that there is a fundraiser going on. The UPA Middle School on Fruitvale lost a parent suddenly. There was a horrible situation of a crime committed. And so there is a father who was lost. And so there is a fundraiser going on there. But nonetheless, I think that in District 5, there's been a lot of community coming together since the COVID numbers were identified as going up. So people are watching and curious and worried about getting tested. Check out the Unity Council, probably also La Clínica de la Raza, so we can continue to have people isolate if they are positive, because the spread is actually going up significantly. We're seeing, and we're going backwards now instead of forward in the spread. So I just wanted to highlight that the Fruitvale is served by great organizations, the Unity Council, La Clínica de la Raza, various locations. So people can not wonder if they've been exposed, and then of course need to isolate for 10 days. So anyway, I imagine at the December meeting, we will be finally celebrating the opening, the potential opening of Fremont High, because we're in COVID. But those are just two things I thought I would just briefly share. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we're now going to go to item I, which is future engagement opportunities. Board members, if anybody has any meetings or other engagement opportunities you want to announce, now would be the time to do that. Vice President Gonzalez, again, 1 minute.
Thank you. So just wanted to flag for folks that tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., bright and early, we have our facilities committee meeting. This is a good meeting to come to if you want to weigh in on the process of reopening schools. We're going to be talking about getting sites ready for that. We're going to be getting a report from the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee meeting, and we're also going to be talking about, now that Measure Y has been passed, prioritizing among the district-wide initiatives and the various school projects. So we're going to have a very initial just kind of conversation about that. And then this Tuesday, the Budget and Finance Committee meeting will be at 6 p.m. And I don't believe the agenda has been published for that one yet, but just, as always, you can find them on the district website.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez. We're going to move now to item J, which is modifications to the agenda. Colleagues, Director Hittenhodge.
Thanks. I have a question about B32, because how I'm reading it, I may be wrong. It's inside the consent agenda. Is that correct?
What is that item about, please?
Sorry, it's a declaration of Indigenous Peoples Heritage Month.
Yes, that is in the consent agenda.
It's in the consent, so I'd like to pull that out of the consent agenda. I wouldn't necessarily like it to be the last thing that we talk about for the day, but I would like to pull it out so that it is recognized in some way.
There was a press release about this, an extensive press release this morning.
Right, and so as much as we spend public time on just about anything, I would like to be able to spend time acknowledging that. So, I mean, I can, for the sake of not having time, I can just take time when we get to consent agenda to bring it up again and speak to it, or it can be pulled. The second thing I'd like to see pulled is V31, $100,000 award from the Haas Foundation. And sorry, I lost the other, it's V16. Is that right? I think that's what I meant.
You're wanting to pull all of these so that we can vote on them separately.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry, I lost the other one. It was 16, but I don't think there's a need to.
V16 is an agreement.
Yeah, I see what it is. Yeah, well, yeah, I do know why. V16, yes. So 16, 31, and 32.
Okay, we will take those all up at the end, Director Hinton Hodge. We have so many other items tonight.
That's great.
They will come at the end.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. So are there any other modifications to the agenda? All right. We're now going to go to item K, which is public comment on any item that is not on our agenda tonight. We have 30 minutes for this. At this time, I'd like to ask the interpreters to make an announcement about the availability of interpretation so that people who need translation can make sure they have it. And then we'll ask, after the translation announcements, then we'll take public comment on items not on the agenda. Mr. Copenhagen, can we ask you to please make an announcement?
Buenas
Madam
tardes.
President, Mr. Copenhagen, before you start, I've automatically lowered all hands. I apologize to those who've already raised their hands. Just I want to be clear who is seeking interpreting services. So I'm going to lower all hands. Go ahead, Mr. Copenhagen.
Buenas tardes. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de la pantalla. Busque el icono de interpretación, seleccione esa imagen y se desplegará una lista de idiomas. Seleccione Spanish. Para saber si hay personas en la reunión que necesitan interpretación, necesitamos que levanten la mano en este momento o escriban en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide interpretación en este momento, no se prestará el servicio durante esta parte de la agenda. Gracias.
Thank you.
And Madam President, recognizing the one hand that is still raised, we do not need Spanish interpretation at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Ho, can we check on Cantonese interpretation needs, please?
各位奧倫社區人士你好，呢度係奧倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話國翻譯，麻煩你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你有需要嘅話，麻煩你喺個熒屏上邊舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, President London.
Madam President, no Cantonese interpreting is needed this time. You can ask for a hand.
Great. So now, if you want to offer comments on items that are not on the agenda this evening, please raise your hand. I'm sorry that we took a little break. If you had your hand raised previously, now would be the time to raise it again. And I'm going to ask Ms. Floyd if she could call on the speakers. We will do 2 minutes.
Okay.
Go ahead, please, Ms. Floyd.
Our first speaker is Jim Mordecai. Oh, shoot. I'm having a little problem bringing Mr. Mordecai aboard. Just 1 second, President London.
Go ahead.
Um,
Ms. Floyd, please try it now.
Okay, our first speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. Not on the agenda is your persistence on the board violating the Brown Act. The Brown Act says that the public can speak on any agenda item either prior to or during the board taking up an item. Now, you just had an agenda item where a couple of the board members spoke about things that they thought were interesting to the public and that they wanted to recognize, but you had no public comment. So you violated the Brown Act. Now, will the chair admit that they're in violation of the Brown Act because the public's entitled to speak before or during? Can I have that question answered? Did you just now violate the Brown Act?
I don't believe that we did, Mr. Mordecai. We have not voted on any item tonight, and we are taking.
No, it has nothing to do with voting. We discussed that. We looked at that. Any agenda item that you took up, and we had an email on that, and I made clear that any agenda item that you take up, whether there's a vote or not a vote, it doesn't matter. You're supposed to allow public comment. So will you admit in public that you just blew it? You went ahead and had a conversation and you excluded the public. The Brown Act is to include the public. So will you admit that you have committed a violation of the Brown Act? Yes or no?
We're going to go to the next speaker if you're done, Mr. Mordecai.
No. My time, I got a few seconds left. So your silence means that you can't take responsibility for a violation of the Brown Act. Please change your behavior.
Let's call the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Alice Phillips.
Hi, I am the Edna Brewer Middle School counselor, and I'm not sure if this is on the agenda or not, and I apologize. I just want to make reference to what Director Torres was talking about with the COVID numbers going up. I'm really concerned about any discussion about contact with students and staff because we're still in a very dangerous pandemic at the moment, and I don't want to see any students bringing home a disease to their parents and their grandparents and becoming orphaned. If they are orphaned, then that is the responsibility of the school district that's left with orphans that we have to place in homes. So I'm very, very worried about this, and I just hope you'll really consider this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Patrick Misak.
Hi, this is Patrick Messick again, a teacher at Light Academy in the Fruitvale, one of OUSD's many segregated schools. This weekend, Superintendent Johnson Trammell celebrated VP-elect Harris winning and trailblazing by sharing an iconic image of Ruby Bridges desegregating New Orleans all-white schools. While I thought this was a powerful image to share, I have continued to email her asking if OUSD has an inter or intra-district desegregation plan and in radio silence. If there is no plan, if OUSD has decided, despite being one of the more segregated districts in California, which is the most segregated state, maybe second to New York, but the most segregated state in the United States, if there is no plan, a simple statement, this is not a priority for us, would suffice. But the silence feels unwarranted. I was at school until about 30 minutes ago, giving individualized feedback on all my students' assignments, working as hard as I possibly can to make all my students feel seen at a time when 60% of our parents have lost their jobs. I think I at least deserve a response. If integration is not something that we value in USD, let's say that. But if we're serious about desegregating, and there's no doubt OUSD is segregated both between other districts like Piedmont, but also within the districts like between District 1 and District 5, then let's just be honest about that. We're part of Illinois County. We have Berkeley schools right above us, which are studied around the world as a model for integration. But I can't find anything about OUSD's plan to desegregate. And I would really just appreciate if I did not have to keep wasting time asking the same question over and over again. Do we plan on desegregating? Yes or no? A straight up answer would go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messak. Actually, the topic that you raised is coming up later in the evening when we talk about our enrollment policy. And the issue that you have teed up is one that we have begun discussing in prior meetings. We've had at least 1 or 2 retreats on this, and we had a discussion about it at our last board meeting. So I encourage you, if you can, to stay. I know it makes a long day, but I think you're raising a concern that the board has also raised. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Joe Vibe.
Sorry, that's Joel Velasquez. Parent at Edna Brewer and proud parent of 2 graduates from Tech. A couple things were said. Director London started off, and I just wanted to have an opportunity. You know, a couple of the measures were passed, but also the community spoken by electing progressive candidates like Mike Hutchinson, Van Cedric, and Sam Davis to put an end to school closures. And to Jim Mordecai's point, there isn't public engagement. We have a new board that's going to come in and change and stop school closures. And I just want to make sure that the sitting board, with the weeks to come, isn't trying to push policies through that are no longer going to be supported by the community in Oakland. So I just want to make sure that that message is heard loud and clear. It's clear that voters have spoken, and the business as usual with privatizers supported by Go Public Schools, it's not going to work anymore. So I just want to make sure that the weeks to come, sure, there's some things that need to be addressed, but without true public engagement and without violating the Brown Act, and once again, we have the community that's voted and placed those progressive candidates in place, I want to make sure that this board is going to stop moving forward with any school closures, the nonsense with this blueprint process, and listen to the community and not try to push something through that clearly the community abroad here in Oakland has said no more. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is a call-in listener, area code 510, and the last 3 numbers are 345.
Yes, this is Asada Oligbala. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Yes, I first want to address a meeting that was held earlier this week on the disproportionate number of African-American children in OUSD who are labeled as emotionally disturbed, and the disproportionate number of children who are African-American who are suspended in the special education program. During that meeting, there was a chat session, and I alluded to racism, and someone mentioned that you need to look into the racism that's going on at Edna Brewer Middle School. I suggest somebody do that. Second, this suppression of participation at board meetings has to stop. You have 76 items on the agenda today that would allow for public comment. The Brown Act does say that before you take a vote, you must allow for public comment. You are not doing that. You are deciding that a majority of the participants would be feasibly allocated by allowing you to speak on maybe 1 or 2 items. That is not your decision to make. As a free person, I have a right to speak on as many items as I choose under the Brown Act. You do not have a right to determine the number of items I speak to. Along with that, it is insulting to have items for which you have the president will just have the discretion to decide whether you will speak. That is the case on item S and item T. Of course, public hearings, you're not granting us the right to speak because that's the law. You have to allow for public comment. So don't give the public the opinion that you have decided to let us on that. It is insulting, it is demeaning, and it is also a privilege that you have taken away from me. And I've had too many things taken away from me in my lifetime by under Jim Crow, under racism, under discrimination. And you are doing the exact same thing.
Thank
The
you
right
for your
to
comments.
participate.
Thank you for your comments.
No.
Let's call the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you. Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools and the school board director-elect for District 5. It's a new day in Oakland. Last week, Oakland, California took a historic step. For the first time since 2003, as a community, we rejected the policies of this board that were brought in with the state takeover. We rejected policies funded by billionaires and charter school advocates. And we elected school board members who are going to stand strong for public education and rebuilding our district. I told you this was coming, and the community stood solid and made it happen. And so all of this ends. We have this meeting and one more. No longer will the school board deny access to the community that elected them. No longer will the school board use their police force to attack that same community. No longer will the school board make backroom deals to disenfranchise our neighborhoods. It's all over. And it's very cynical of this board in your final measures to again reduce community engagement, pass policies that you think are going to project into the future, and try to continue school closures. The community has spoken. The new school board will overturn every single one of these items. And our first step that we are going to take is we are going to invite the community that elected us into the decision-making process and no longer disrespect and mistreat them. This is our district. Oakland is no longer for sale, and I am so excited about what we're about to bring to the future. Only 2 more meetings and change is finally here. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Carol Dilton.
So I'd like to start by congratulating Mr. Hutchinson and the other.
Ms. Delton, you're rather muted. Can you move a little closer to your microphone, please?
Yes, let me try to.
That's significantly better. We'll restart the clock.
Thank you. I'd like to start by congratulating Mr. Hutchinson and the other school board members elect. And every time we in the back of the room have been name called, it makes me proud to say that out of 6 people in the back of the room, what's come forward is that our voices actually have represented a majority of voters throughout Oakland. On this particular opportunity, I wanted to ask about several concrete items that I have not seen come before the board that I believe should. In all of the enrollment items you've discussed, I have not heard anything about outreach to Vincent Academy, which announced that it was closing and did not seek a renewal. And I hope that there is a plan for outreach to those students as they expressed a desire to move as a group. Second, I am concerned that budget updates have not appeared regularly throughout the fall on the full board calendar, and especially the large budget swings that were brought forward in the variance report by the CBO. The public would like to know more about those. And third, there has never been a comprehensive look at what properties the district is already leasing and what the revenue from those is. This would be a very ripe time to present that information going into the next year and negotiating leases that actually benefit the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Sandro Tuzo.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sandro Tuzo. I'm a parent here in Oakland of a third grader. I was told by a good friend that the school board is a tough job. You don't get paid very much. You put a lot of time in and you get yelled at board meetings, and it seems like that's what's going on here. So I don't want to continue that trend. I appreciate your work and dedication to the students. I wanted to put up an item that I wanted it to be considered, where the upcoming negotiations between the district and OEA regarding a number of issues be made more transparent to the parents. I represent, or I work with a lot of parents that are organizing around getting more transparency regarding the process for planning for schools to come up with safety measures to plan for reopening and continued distance learning in a hybrid model. And we have formed a website that you can be found at ousdparents.com. And what I would like to have discussed at this meeting is to have a schedule of negotiations that we are all eagerly awaiting to be published, so we know when OUSD will be beginning negotiations with OEA. And we would also like to have the meetings, the actual negotiations themselves, be made transparent to the public and broadcast live through a live stream. Thank you. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Misha Kayamura.
Hi, I'm Misha Kiyomura. I am a teacher at Think College Now in the Fruitvale. I live in Redwood Heights. My daughter, she goes to Crocker Highlands. She's in 2nd grade by the lottery. And I'm sorry I don't know all of the agenda items, but I'm very, very concerned about this talk of reopening in January. I'm looking right now at the COVID numbers and cases in Alameda County. I know everyone's saying everywhere else is opening. Why shouldn't we open also? Or when are we going to get back to opening? Like the Fruitvale and East Oakland are in the highest brackets. Right as of today, in 94601, which is my school's zip code, there's 4,516 COVID cases out of 100,000. Completely not safe. OEA's numbers that they were searching for or looking for to even be possibly safe were 150 and 100,000. I teach 1st grade, and on a good day, I cannot get a class of students, not even necessarily a hub of students who are traumatized from what is going on right now to do everything that I say. I'm not going to be able to make everyone get their masks on. Everyone, there are multi-generational families in our schools. People are going to work because they have to, and we're going to open Oakland schools, and then in January, and then you're gonna spread it across the city, and this is gonna be a big disaster. And we don't need to do that to these families. We don't need to do it to our families. We don't need to do it to your families. Are you guys gonna come into the classroom with us? Please take the science seriously and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional speakers, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, we have 2 additional speakers. Next speaker is Sarah.
And these will be the 2 final speakers. If anyone else raises their hand, we will not be able to call on them because we will have hit 30 minutes. Thank you. Please proceed.
I am also a teacher. I'm at East Oakland Pride. And as I think about the possibility of reopening, I implore you to do everything to prevent deaths. many of my students live with or are in contact with their grandparents every day. Many live in multiple family homes and or have underlying health conditions like asthma that would make them vulnerable to COVID-19 themselves. I cannot imagine going through the rest of my career possibly thinking that I had a student in one of my first years of teaching who could have contracted a deadly virus in my care. And so I implore you to make decisions with the weight of the students' and families' health at the forefront of your attention, because that is most important. I want to be back in the classroom with them, but I cannot imagine what it would feel like if one of them got very sick. So please be mindful of the weight of that.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Ms. Alvarado.
Hi, it looks like my Zoom name from the classroom isn't open. So my name is Mayra Alvarado. I am a 5th grade Spanish teacher at Manzanita Seed, proud resident of District 7 in Oakland. And I just want to echo what some of my fellow teachers have said. Please, 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 in thinking about reopening, the impact that it disproportionately had on many of our Flatlands families. A lot of these petitions that are coming to reopen schools are mostly coming from Hills families, and I want them to also think about the privilege they have and how their zip codes are comparing to the zip codes of, for example, the area around Manzanita Seed and other areas in the Fruitvale and Deep East Oakland. A couple of weeks ago, one of my students' parents passed away from COVID. And that is a pain that I do not want to feel ever again for any of my students, for any of my colleagues, for any of our family members in our community. Our health is not something to be messed around with or to be brought as a bargaining chip or something to be debated about. Black and brown communities matter. And our health cannot be messed with. And I really implore you to be thinking about, like, this has already affected our communities. Yes, the cases might be going down across the county, but it's affecting our Black and brown communities the most. Please, please think about those families before taking any action to reopen schools. Thank you.
Thank you. That will conclude public comment on items not on the agenda. We're now going to go to special orders of the day. And the first item is item M1. This is the George Floyd Safety Plan, Phase 1. This is a first reading. I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Johnson Trammell.
Madam President.
Oh, do we need to ask about interpretation first?
Yes, but I believe we skipped over item L, or was that item L?
We were at, oh, excuse me, General Counsel, you're correct. We are not going to the George Floyd Safety Plan. I'm sorry. The next item is item L. I'm still adjusting to this new format, so please forgive me. This is public comment on all items that are on the agenda. So if you wish to comment on anything that's going to come up
and we
on
do
the
need
agenda,
to do translation, check for translation first.
Yeah, okay, wait, let's lower all the hands. First, lower your hands, everybody, please, so we can ask about translation needs, and then we'll come back. Okay, interpreters, let's start with Ms. Ho this time. If you could ask if anybody needs Cantonese translation, that would be wonderful.
各位奧倫社區人士你好，呢度係奧倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你喺熒屏上面舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, President Linden.
Thank you.
Madam President, no Cantonese translation is needed for this item.
Okay. And if we could ask Mr. Copenhagen to inquire about Spanish translation, please.
Thank you, President London. Buenas tardes. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Busque el icono de interpretación y seleccione esa imagen y se desplegará una lista de idiomas. Seleccione Spanish. Para saber si hay personas en esta reunión que necesitan interpretación, necesitamos que levanten la mano o escriban en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide interpretación en este momento, no se prestará el servicio durante esta parte de la agenda. Muchas gracias.
No Spanish interpretation needed at this time.
Great, thank you. So now, if you would like to speak on any item that's on the agenda tonight, this is the time to raise your hand. I'm going to give it a few minutes, see how many hands go up before we determine. We have quite a number of people who want to speak, and we have 30 minutes allocated for this. So we're going to limit this round of public comment to 1 minute each. Ms. Floyd, if you could call the first speaker, please.
The first speaker is Zachary Pitt-Smith.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you, Madam President, Superintendent Johnson Trammell, school board members. Thank you for your service and dedication to the students of Oakland. My name is Zach Pitt-Smith, and I teach music at Edna Brewer Middle School. COVID is absolutely out of control all over the world. There are 400,000 deaths predicted in US by the end of this year. And none of the OEA safety standards have been met yet. What plans do we have in place for precautions to be made for us in terms of PPE, infrastructure, ventilation, traffic flow? At Edna Brewer Middle School, I teach 74 students in one class and 62 in another. I teach band, and there are CDC guidelines on how wind instruments can and can't engage during this pandemic in outdoor gatherings or indoor in person. How will we be able to make this be possible to meet in person? Would any of you be willing to come into my classroom and teach the brass or woodwind sectional? I want to echo the other educators and parents who've spoken before me. I'm looking forward to teaching my students again, but please believe the science. I particularly appreciate the comment from the educator at Manzanita Seed. This can't become an issue debated around privilege and race. Let's consider in what communities COVID is hitting the hardest impact.
Thank you, thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mike Hutchinson. It's entirely inappropriate to be given 1 minute to comment on an agenda's worth of items. It's even more inappropriate when many of these are policy changes that have had zero engagement. And this is a lame duck school board, and you're now aware of the results from the election, so you know where the new school board is going to take the district. So why again at this meeting are you introducing new business around the citywide plan to try to compel school closures in the future, or a strategic plan, or future budget cuts? This has been a complete failure, and it's actually reminiscent of what we've seen happen in Washington, with Republicans slamming through a Supreme Court justice at the last minute. Why aren't you yet working with the community? We're in a crisis. There's new leadership coming in. It's still not too late to do the right thing. This sure is not it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Tanya Kapner.
It is appalling and unacceptable that the superintendent says that you all are hoping to have all students do face-to-face in January in the middle of the surge, where we are in a more dangerous situation than when a shutdown was called for in March and was absolutely necessary. We may not know how many lives we've saved over this time of online learning, but we know it is many. And we know that any plan to go back to face when there is not a near zero level, when there is not a safe vaccine, when our schools have no ventilation, when young people are not to be out in the rain in January and February. This is not acceptable. This will mean deaths if the schools are reopened in January. I oppose it. I oppose the district strong arming, trying to force people in. I know teachers at my school that are writing wills now because they believe they will be forced in. We are very concerned that students with special education needs not be made guinea pigs. They need resources and services. Help English language learners. Don't try to put them in a mass spread setting. We won't accept it. We cannot
Thank you.
reopen unsafely. Do not do
Thank
this to
you.
our community. No more death.
Can we call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Mordecai, speaking as an individual, I want to speak to agenda item 20-0637. It's an agreement or a contract, and it's really a contract for over $3 million. And part of the contract, it says, includes $150,000 contingency as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. What the heck is that? You pick somebody, they win the bid, and you give them over $100,000? Please explain what that's about. That's crazy. Now, the other thing is, this is for a girls' softball field. That was not on the list that the public approved for Measure J. So this is expending in a crazy way Measure J money.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Adi Smati. President London, I'm not going to be able to bring this speaker aboard to speak.
Let's try to come back to that person later, please.
Okay. Next speaker is Brianna Zalita.
Hi, I'm Brianna Zaletta, and I'm calling in support of the Black Organizing Project, as well as their Reasonable Compliance Safety Plan. I also want to thank the board for engaging in this process and keeping the community's voices and needs in mind. And I urge the board to continue following the leadership of Black Organizing Project, community members, and those most impacted by making sure our police are out for good by December. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Indigo Byers.
Hello, my name is Indigo Byers. I'm a member with the Black Organizing Project. Just wanted to hop on and congratulate folks in my organization along with community and the board for creating the compliance plan, and really just wanted to urge the board to listen to community and just take in everything that this compliance plan and moving forward, the safety plan is going to look like, because I, as a member, just know there's been a lot of effort put into this, and this is definitely what the community wants and needs. So definitely just urge y'all to just take leadership from the community right now. It's much needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Desiree M.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I am a member of the Black Organizing Project. I wanted to foremost call and uplift and support the Reasonable Compliance Safety Plan. I do also want to appreciate and honor you, the board, for being courageous enough to go against, I know, some of your own personal beliefs and opinions about policing, and obviously uplifting that police do not have any place in schools. And so I definitely just wanted to uplift that, especially for anybody listening and for any new coming board members, that we really hope that you support this implementation process to be successful so that our students are no longer over criminalized and funneled into the school to prison pipeline. So I know that it was courageous of you guys to embark on this work, although we have been urging for it for so long. And so I also just wanted to uplift community and thank you guys for helping us make this happen. And I urge you all to join us in January for the second phase of implementation, where we will really transform what our school culture looks like.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mark Airgood.
Mr. Airgood, are you available?
Hello? Yes.
Yes. Hi, go
This
ahead.
is Mark Airgood. I'm Eon Bam Caucus. I'm a special education teacher. I oppose the sunshine proposal by the district, pods, and any face-to-face instruction during this pandemic. We have 1 million cases in California. We need to put human life first, the lives of our students, our families, our teachers. There's no such thing as striking a balance with reopening the economy at the expense of the deaths of the community, of our students. The main lessons we can teach our students and families now is that we care about their lives, that we really mean it when we say we have aspirations for their future. They have to be alive to have a future. This is not a question of a survey. It's not a petition issue. COVID is spreading out of control. It does not care about opinion. We need to keep the schools closed to face-to-face.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Carol Delton.
Good evening again, board. I wanted to speak to 3 items and I will get as far as I can. Taking them in reverse order on the agenda. Item T2, the strategic plan. In looking at the publicly available video and survey, in the materials there, it was claimed that the CAC, the Community Advisory Committee, was one of the groups that was engaged. We were not engaged on this item. I certainly hope that we will be in the future, and also that there will be a great deal more community engagement. Second, items S1 and following. I think it would be appropriate for all of these items to have a sentence added to them that would say something like, nothing in these proposals shall be interpreted to disturb special education programming at the sites in question or limit the accessibility of the site to special education students. And I suppose I will have to make my other comments in an email. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is a call-in listener, area code 408. The last 3 numbers are 439.
Caller, you might go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Dr. Canizaro. I am a resident over in San Francisco, but I'm a supporter of the Black Organizing Project. I think that their mission is incredibly important, just to be able to support Black and Brown students, especially to be able to facilitate an environment where they're feeling safe in school. I think, so I've previously worked in the prison system, so I've kind of seen firsthand what the school to prison pipeline can look like. And I think any alternative to that and a way that students can feel safe, to be able to feel relaxed, not kind of feel re-traumatized within the school is incredibly important to be able to facilitate learning and just kind of be able to have opportunities in the future. So I really appreciate your support from the board. And I absolutely appreciate the mission that Black Organizing Project is putting forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Jeremy.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jeremy. I'm a resident of District 1. Thank you for your time this evening. My comment is in support of the enrollment pilots, as well as the adoption of Director Yee's resolution related to modifications to the enrollment system. The upcoming enrollment pilots at Chabot, Sequoia, and Edna Brewer, as has been presented, are promising first steps for Oakland to begin addressing school segregation. These 3 schools are some of the most segregated schools in the district when looking at the difference between the percentage of low-income students at the school compared to the district as a whole. In fact, these 3 pilot schools offer the biggest potential to reduce socioeconomic and racial school segregation across the district, according to national models. The mechanisms of these pilots are a promising incremental step that'll hopefully get the district and larger community grappling with the issue of school segregation, much as in the way Director Yee is proposing with his resolution, and will bring about more diverse learning environments. Sorry, up against time for students in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Rebecca Botenheimer.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a parent in District 6. I have a third grader who goes to Melrose Leadership Academy. I just want to speak back on some of the former callers in talking about following the science. I don't believe Oakland is really following the science right now. Public health experts have determined overwhelmingly that elementary school poses very little risk in terms of transmission of COVID to both students and staff and teachers. And the harm of school closures is much greater. All other Western countries are prioritizing school openings over restaurants and gyms. Other urban school districts are opening because of the harm that school closures pose. And this is an equity question as well, because it is public students, disproportionately Black and Brown students, who are failing in distance learning while private schools are reopening. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Colleen Raw.
I am a teacher and parent at Sequoia Elementary, and I support adjusting enrollment priorities at Sequoia. I appreciated the discussion on enrollment at the last meeting and want to ensure the board knows about the in-depth discussions our school community had about the benefits and limitations of the enrollment pilots. We are clear that the proposed pilots are not and should not be considered the type of systemic change needed to address equity in OUSD. Our community jumped at the opportunity to participate in this program because we have historically been one of the more integrated schools in OUSD, but due to issues such as gentrification and higher demand, our demographics have shifted in ways that concern our community. Oakland is an urban, diverse, vibrant community, and we know that there is value in this diversity. We believe every school in Oakland should reflect our rich population and have the resources it needs. It has been very important to teachers at Sequoia that the community knows our support is both and. We both want enrollment adjusted, and we want to advocate for all schools in OUSD to be quality schools with the resources they need to best support our students.
Can I ask you to wrap up, please?
While we wait for the board in OUSD to facilitate this, our community is ready to welcome back the diversity we once had.
Thank you. Let's call the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is a call-in listener, area code 510. The last three numbers are 345.
Yes. Let me speak to items V34 through V42. These are items that would have made accessible voter locations from October 31st. Yes.
Can we allow Ms. Olabada, can we reset the clock and let her start again, please?
I think Ms. Olabala has left the meeting, President London. Yes, I don't see her hand anymore. I'll call the next speaker.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I was muted. Go ahead.
Yeah, Audrey Carlstad.
Hi, my name is Audrey Carlstead. I'm a teacher at Edna Brewer Middle School, and I'm commenting today to ask for the board to support the enrollment pilot for all of the schools, including Edna Brewer Middle School. We worked super hard as a community to come to an agreement on language and to show how much we value preserving our diversity. I don't want to lose what makes our school so beloved to all of us. I'd also like to speak on the COVID cases and the opening of schools. I think setting a date for this is irrational. I think that there's no way to know what's going to be happening in January for us to be able to have a prospective date. I think we need to be following the science. I think we need to be looking at ventilation in the schools. I know that there's a classroom right next to mine that doesn't even have any windows. So I don't see how that could be a safe space to teach students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Naomi Katz.
Hi, yes, speaking to that last point, I'm a teacher at International Community School. I'm actually a resource teacher, and my window in my classroom only opens an inch. So I definitely support what was just told about the ventilation problems. And responding to the parent earlier who said that young kids don't transmit as much, elementary school children don't transmit, that's just not true. The science is not showing that anymore. According to an article in Princeton.edu, a study of more than 500,000 people in India, this is the largest study that was conducted to date. It showed that children and young adults were found to be potentially much more important to transmitting, and I'm reading from the study, transmitting the virus, especially within households, than previous studies have identified. Now, we could argue this back and forth for a lot, but the fact of the matter is we don't want to use our students and ourselves as experiments in this process. And I teach in Fruitvale, which we know has a very high rate of transmission and disease. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Wendy Guido.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Wendy Guido, and I am a student volunteer in support of the Black Organizing Project. I'm here because I firmly stand in support on item M regarding the George Floyd District Safety Plan. I believe America's awakening on systemic racism is quite frankly long overdue, and we owe it to the communities who have long been resisting for centuries. I am thankful that Bob and their grassroots organizing rooted in community have stepped up to do this tremendous hard work. I am also thankful to the school board for being courageous enough to embark on this rigorous journey of depolicing Oakland schools and making history. I also ask that you, the board, be understanding and trust this process for much needed systemic change. I believe together we can take a step toward making historic change that we have in mind as we enter into the second phase of implementation this January 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Pamela Long.
Thank you for giving me a chance to speak tonight. I'm not going to repeat all the data that everyone else has repeated, but I am a teacher at International Community School. I have 2 more years left to teach before I can retire, and I would like to live and not die as an experiment in whether or not it's safe to go back in schools. We know that our families are getting sick. We know that children are getting sick. A lot of times schools have been open that have then had to shut down because of the COVID. The cases are rising throughout the entire country. So I really agree with everybody who's saying it is not time to say we should open up in January. We really can't plan that until the numbers start dropping. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Patrick Messick.
Patrick Messick here to support BOP in efforts to rid our schools of police overseers. I recognize that this process is complicated and that police unions will exploit Black and Brown communities at every turn. Importantly, if our plan is to rehire school police officers as community ambassadors or whatever euphemism we're going to come up with, we must ensure that we sever all ties with one of California's most dangerous gangs, the Oakland Police Department. Courts have been clear, the police contract is clear, cops have no constitutional responsibility to protect and serve our students. Let's not be fooled by the propaganda that adorns patrolling vehicles. I have no affirmative duty to protect. As a teacher, I have more responsibility to protect my students than any cop. The only benefit of preserving any affiliation with the police is strengthening the school to prison pipeline. I strongly encourage the board to listen to Radiolab's No Special Duty episode. Again, Radiolab's No Special Duty episode to learn about how cops actually function in our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Demetra Lucas.
Hi, my name is Demetra Lucas, and I'm a member of the Black Organizing Project.
I'm in full support of the reasonable compliance safety plan being implemented in OUSD. I believe it is vital that the school board listen with open ears and open hearts and be in active favor of the safety plan because it is coming from the voice of the community. It's coming from the voices of the community that has been marginalized and left voiceless at tables and spaces where decisions have been made on their behalf. The board needs to be in full support of this safety plan as it is extensive and very detailed and will benefit all students in OUSD. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to be able to take about 5 more speakers and then we're going to move on. There are going to be other opportunities in the agenda for folks to comment. We'll take comment again at the beginning of unfinished business and at the beginning of new business on the items in those sections. So if you haven't had a chance to speak right now and you can stay, there will be another chance to offer comment. Let's call the next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Kim Davis.
I actually will give my time back, let somebody else speak, and I will speak at a later point. I know there are other people who really would like to speak on the items right now.
Next speaker is Aries Jordan.
I'm Aris Jordan, and I'm an educator and a BOP member. I'm calling to stand in solidarity with BOP and to fully support their reasonable compliance safety plan. I also want to thank the board for honoring the community by engaging in this process. And I urge not only this board, but the incoming board members to continue following the leadership of BOP, the community, and those most impacted by ensuring police are out for good come this December and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Adarine Hogue.
Hi, my name is Adarine Hogue. I am a resource teacher at East Oakland Pride Elementary School and an EON BAM member. And as someone that serves majority English language learners in a high need neighborhood that's one of the most impacted by COVID, I know that any form of reopening is not safe. I want to reiterate that Black and brown lives do matter and that the infection rate and especially fatality rates in Black and brown communities is much higher than white and middle class communities. And while children are less likely to suffer severe illness, children do die. And Black and Latino children are more likely to die than their white peers. So to say that this plan is being proposed in order to benefit the most disadvantaged students is a complete lie. In reality, you are treating the disadvantaged students as guinea pigs in order to see if it's viable to open up for the most privileged students. You must stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Michelle Piggott.
Hi, my name is Michelle Pickett, and I'm an East Oakland resident and a staff member at Mills College. I want to say that I'm calling to stand in support with the Black Organizing Project and to fully support their reasonable compliance safety plan, Agenda Item M. I appreciate the authenticity and transparency that has been shown throughout this process by both the Black Organizing Project and OUSD, and I'm committed to supporting this process as a community member come January 2021. I also ask that you, the board, be understanding in this process and trust that this process will impact our community in a positive way and help us shift away from a previously punitive culture. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to call one more speaker and then we'll be moving on in the agenda.
The last speaker on this item is Amara Lawrence. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't bring that person aboard, President Linden.
Okay, then let's call whoever's next.
Next speaker is Asa.
Hi, my name is Asa, and I really appreciate and support the work of getting the police department out of our schools. I appreciate having police in school because the system is broken. And since it's broken, then you just bring in the police is a quick fix. But getting rid of the police says that you need to hire social workers. Curtis Siricki, you're a social worker. You should know better than that. We need to get rid of these police. These kids need help. Now, the main thing I want to say is that I'm working in the schools right now. And these kids, my Black kids, particularly my IEP students, they are not getting educated. And the board needs to move in such a way and act in such a way that they know doggone well these students are not getting educated right now. I can't even see, it takes me days to see one student. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes your time, sir. That concludes your time. Thank you very much for your comments. I want to note for the record that we do not engage in personal attacks, and we have extreme support and respect for all of our staff, particularly staff who have been leading very groundbreaking work that we're going to hear about shortly. With that, I'm going to move us on to item M, which is special orders of the day. Item M1, 202147. This is the first read on phase 1 of the George Floyd Safety Plan. And Superintendent Johnson Trammell, I think this is your item to manage. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President London. Do we need to stop for translation?
You are correct. Can we have the translators come back, please? If we can ask Ms. Ho, please, to ask if anyone desires translation into Cantonese.
各位社區人士你好，呢度係 Oakland 聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，你就會得到廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, President London.
Thank you, Mr. Cope. Oh, let's wait a minute to see if anyone raised their hand.
No Cantonese interpreting is needed for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Copenhagen.
Buenas noches. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Busque el icono de interpretación. Seleccione esa imagen y se desplegará una lista de idiomas. Seleccione Spanish. Para saber si hay personas en la reunión que necesitan interpretación, necesitamos que levanten la mano o escriban en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide el servicio en este momento, no se prestará interpretación durante esta parte de la agenda. Muchas gracias.
No Cantonese interpreting is needed for this item.
Great, thank you. So now I will turn it over to the superintendent, and I will, I'll just turn it over. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President London. Good evening, board and community. We will be presenting the phase 1 first read of the George Floyd District Safety Plan. The presentation will be facilitated by both Curtis Siricki, Chief of Staff, and Jessica Black, Executive Director of the Black Organizing Project. I just want to take a few moments to express deep gratitude to BOP, to Curtis, to so many community members, community-based organizations, teachers, principals, labor, in particular SCIU that has been very involved, particularly with reimagining the culture climate ambassadors. This has definitely been a village process, and we are just beginning. So I want to thank everyone for all of their time, their effort. There have been a lot of meetings, lots of discussion, lots of expertise brought to bear to really take this notion of how we transform our district, starting with our schools, to be more inclusive and better support and serve our Black, our Brown, and our immigrant students and families. So without further ado, I will pass it over to both Jessica and Curtis.
I just wanted to point that right now, I think we are trying, thank you, Superintendent, and good evening, Board. Just for the board staff to know is that my arrow keys are not actually working to be able to advance the slides.
And your microphone is a little spotty also, Mr. Saricki.
Yeah, I don't know if that's any better. I'll hold
That
it
is,
here,
that
but-
was better for a minute.
Okay. But I just wanted to, we can maybe just say next slide because I'm not able to advance them. Jessica Black is going to kick us off. We can go back to, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I'd just like to make one correction. I am not the executive director of the Black Organizing Project. I am the Black Sanctuary Director for the Black Organizing Project. Before I begin, I'd like to say, may the ancestors guide the words that you say to me and the words that I say back to you. Good evening, parents, students, elders, community, BOP members, and allies. It is a new day in Oakland. You know that we come together and we fight and we organize, and as a result, we win. As we prepare to list out this report on the reasonable compliance plan, we are reminded that there was absolutely no way that we could change a system that has been oppressive for over 400 years and 4 months. So we are in the design phase, and come January, we are looking forward to a community-driven process that is led by those who are closest to the insights and most impacted. We wanted to take this opportunity to remind us of how and why we are here. It is the hard work of those that have come before us that allows us to continue a long legacy of fighting for liberation, freedom, and humanity of Black people and people of color. As we are reminded through the spirit of the George Floyd resolution, the work that we are doing to transform school culture and climate is a very important work, a work that is indebted to all of those who have been murdered by the hands of police, locked up and taken away from their families, pushed out and denied an opportunity to an adequate education with a standard of excellence. Although this is not dismantling every oppressive system, it is a start at chipping away at an ideology that we know feeds into mass incarceration, economic violence, and state-sanctioned violence. The passing of this resolution was possible because we came together and we demanded this change. All eyes are on us to pave the way for the rest of this country to start to do more than just have conversations about racism and getting rid of anti-Black practices, but to put actions behind these words. Not only are we coming together to change punitive practices that uphold negative, racist ideologies, but we're coming together to transform the entire school culture and climate, we're showing how systems can effectively work with community. It is a new day in Oakland. Community, if you are interested in participating in this phase 2, feel free to reach out to the Black Organizing Project at info@blackorganizingproject.org. Thank you, and I will pass it to Curtis.
Thank you, Jessica. We can go to the next slide. I'm going to hand it over to Miss Ebony Johnson with BOP, and just wanted to say that Janine Lindsay, the Director of Labor Relations on OUSD, is going to present along with us as well on the OUSD side. And Miss Johnson, who's going to start on this theory of change slide, and also Dr. Savannah Shange with BOP is also going to be a part of the presentation. So we have our orders, we walk through it, we'll be in a flow. So thank you. And Ebony, take it away.
Thanks, Curtis. So the theory of change. As a community, when we think about prison and schools in relationship to our children, the vast majority of us, if not all of us, see prison and school on opposite sides of the spectrum. In fact, many of us see school as a pathway to avoid prison. We see education as liberation, as opportunity, and incarceration as the ultimate limitation, second only to physical death. The devastating reality is that schools and prisons in our society are not in opposition, but in collaboration. Zero tolerance policies, punitive discipline, Police on school campuses all say to our children, especially our Black and brown children, that school isn't for you, prison is. School is not where teaching and elevation happens, but where policing and subordination happens. Our theory of change says that schools are to be spaces that cultivate growth, creativity, maturity, safety, healthy relationships, love, purpose. Removing school police is a vital step towards transforming school culture by disentangling it from prison culture, by busting up the pipeline from school to prison. We know that eliminating school police had to happen. We also know that it is just the beginning. Too often, students, families, and communities are left out of the decision-making regarding what's happening at our schools. Integral to this theory of change is an active shift from district-only decision-making to collaborative community decision-making. This transformation must be driven by us because we are the ones who have been affected. We are the ones who know what we need, we know what it looks like, and who's best to make all that happen. While we are reimagining our schools, we are reconditioning our hearts and minds to make school a place where our children feel welcomed. We're making school a place where our children feel challenged to reach their potential, to connect to their life purpose, are excited about and inspired to learn, are safe. We're making school a place where the school community collaborates with and is enriched by the neighborhood community. This theory of change literally shifts power away from predatory state entities and into the hands of the very Black and brown communities who have been violently exploited by them. It empowers us to plant the seeds we want to see blossom and transform our communities and therefore our schools. Thank you. Next slide, please. I think you're muted.
Mr. Sawicki, we're not hearing you.
Sorry. I'm going to walk through a number of slides to briefly give an overview of what is in the phase 1 compliance piece. I just want to draw everyone's attention to the full written draft phase 1 part of the safety plan as well that lays out all the details. And also just wanted to reiterate the superintendent's thank you for the over 35 OUSD staff and community partners and BOP members that participated across these work groups. All of their names and organizations are also listed in the report. To address, we knew that the George Floyd resolution is a very transformative resolution with a significant scope of work, and that is why we divided up into these 2 phases. Phase 1, we convened 3 work groups, one around policy and guide revisions, a second around mental health and child abuse response, and the last one around revision of roles and processes, largely around the reorganization around the SSO unit. And lastly, just the considerations of budget and resource planning across all 3 of these bodies. I just wanted to add one thing that's not here is that in addition to the work groups, we have a number of listening and feedback sessions that we've started and many others underway with ACC, teachers, principals, family members, and after school providers. We can go to the next slide, please. The policy and guide revisions work group looked at these 35 policies where there were references and guidance around the Oakland Schools Police Department. And again, in the written report is a full matrix around the exact revisions, deletions, edits to those policies for your review. But we did do the audit that we reported on in October and took a deep dive in each of these policies so that when we bring back the full plan for a vote in December, that the full package of any policy revisions that need to be aligned with the resolution will be completed. We can go to the next slide. There is also 4 protocols and guides that our school site staff use: the classroom guide, the emergency preparedness manual, the comprehensive climate and culture guide, the discipline matrix, and the school site safety planning guide. These are also all having some level of revision and update to reflect this compliance phase work of the safety plan. One example from that, just on the discipline matrix, which largely guides suspensions and expulsions according to Ed Code, there is a column in that discusses when police should be called or not, and we are looking at that to ensure that it's consistent with board policy, Ed Code, and the spirit of the George Floyd resolution. We can go to the next slide. I'm going to hand over now to Ms. Janine Lindsay, the Director of Labor Relations, to discuss the next two slides.
Good evening. And on this slide, I'll just talk a little bit about the repurpose of our SSO unit. As you can see, it's being coined as the Culture and Climate unit. So the passage of the resolution presented a unique opportunity for an all hands on deck approach to reimagining not only safety, but the culture and climate of our schools as we serve students. And the resolution didn't point directly to budget reductions, but it's clear that over the years, our budgetary constraints have impacted services to students in the area of restorative justice and special education areas and our relationships with community partners and behavioral health needs for students. So this presented an opportunity for us to reimagine and to replenish many of those services to students by way of the Culture and Climate Unit. And so what we're, with the community group that is in the design process, we really have gone into this reimagining of the SSO position. And I just like to say that the SEIU negotiating bargaining unit has stepped up and is also expressing the concerns and the voice and the voice of SSOs are being heard in that way. And so we are looking at a culture and climate unit that sits under our community schools student services department, which is also the home of our attendance and our attendance department. And we have our culture and climate unit leader, which will oversee both of those processes. And we're in the process of looking at trainings that will be applicable and also working with SEIU on negotiations of the impacts to the bargaining unit. Next slide. And the district has always strives to provide professional development, but here again, this is a unique and very powerful opportunity for us to develop professional development that is geared towards training staff to transform the culture and climate of our schools in transformative practices. Next slide.
Thank you so much, Janine. Lastly, the third work group tackled the mental health and child abuse reporting. Just wanted to name that many of you know on the board and on staff that we've had very strong and effective protocols in these areas. We were able to update them, particularly the mental health 5150 response, where there were police that were a part of some of those flow charts in the most serious cases. And like many communities across the country now, moving toward a mental health crisis response that has clinicians, mental health clinicians, and emergency medical responders to assist in those matters. And the county has a mobile mental health crisis unit. And so we made some adjustments around that protocol to be able to work with those entities. And similarly on the Child Protective Services, generally our protocol has been to call Child Protective Services. They're the triage for any case of child abuse. You can see the badge down there where we would still need to call police when there is a crime against a child that is extra familial, and that's the law. And so that part is remaining intact. The full flow charts for each of these processes are in the written report. And we can go to the next slide. Just wanted to name that we are in the process with Ms. Grant Dawson, our CBO, and working on the budget that will be reinvesting the funding that was supporting the sworn officers unit of the in the police services, and looking at both phase 1 and phase 2 needs. And we will have that full budget ready for the public and the posting for the final read of this at the December meeting. And so we look forward to getting the rest of this information to you on the budget. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over. My apologies to Dr. Sean Gay, who I mispronounced her name when I first introduced her. But Savannah, please take us away for these last 2 slides.
Yes, thank you so much, Curtis. And so that was the overview of phase 1. And I'm going to shift us to thinking about phase 2. And so if we think of phase 1 with the compliance design team as being kind of like drawing up the architectural blueprints for change, then phase 2 is when we break ground and really begin construction on the safe and healthy refuge that our students and communities deserve. As an education researcher, I know that the innovation and transformation that's happening in the OUSD is part of a national push to demolish the dark and dusty ruins of white supremacy, clear the ground once and for all, and build public institutions with the space and infrastructure for us all to shine. Phase 2 will be a community-driven process to establish the 4 pillars that will create the foundation for true safety in Oakland schools. First, the anti-racism training and accountability processes will help give all staff in the district the tools they need to recognize and uproot both anti-Black and other racist practices while still being held accountable as they grow in this area. If you go around this graphic kind of counterclockwise, the next one down, those big picture trainings will be paired with trauma-informed de-escalation to empower the incredible teachers and other educators that already know our students so well, so that they have the concrete skills to recognize and interrupt conflict before it grows. Next, the continual process of progress monitoring and evaluation. So you can kind of think of this as like the earthquake retrofit that supports the building of safety. And this is where community will have a central voice. What needs to be tailored for specific neighborhoods or school sites? Are we checking to see that these new practices are actually disrupting racial inequity, or are we getting the same old results? Day to day, passing period by passing period, incident to incident, are we actually honoring the memory of George Floyd, whose life was stolen by overzealous, murderous police as we enact the safety plan that bears his name? And finally, it's all going to come back to climate and culture, steeped in true and deep safety for all of us. Yes, as school sites, but with these fundamental changes, we'll also be transforming the climate and culture of the Oakland School District, the OUSD itself, and ultimately the city and the nation it's a part of. And this is not just going to be about students, teachers, and district leaders, but it's going to take the lead of parents, grandparents, aunties, uncles, madrinas y padrinos, community organizers, culture keepers, artists. As a Black organizing project, we are committed to this being a community-led process because we know that when Oakland works together, we keep us safe. So moving on to the next slide, this process will unfurl over the weeks and months to come, starting in December and then moving into community listening sessions and a second phase of planning in January. These steps will help us concretize phase 2 of this community-led plan to help to ensure that in Oakland, for once, every student will thrive.
And that can, thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who helped to present our first read of the George Floyd Safety Plan. And President London, we are complete with the report and ready for comments and questions.
Great, thank you so much to everyone. I know that there are many people behind each of you who have been intimately involved in this, and it's really impressive work. I read, I didn't read it word for word, but I did read the report last night, and it's really something. Colleagues, this is a first read. So at this point, this is the time for us to ask qualifying, like just get clarifying questions, excuse me. So do we have clarifying questions from the board? We also will be taking public, Director Gonzalez, do I take public comment on this?
Is this a public hearing?
No, it's not. It's a special order of the day.
We're not required to. It's up to you. We have a very long agenda tonight.
Yeah, we did hear many public comments already, so I think we're going to limit it, and we have our student directors. We're going to just take clarifying questions from the board at this point. Does anybody have any clarifying questions? Vice President Gonzalez.
Yeah, can you just say again,
Start
Mr.
with, excuse me, 3 minutes, please.
Okay, can you just say again, Mr. Sawicki, if people want to get involved in phase 2, how do they notify, who do they notify, and what's the time commitment?
Well, we don't have the full time commitment because we are going to be using a good part of the month of September to get a lot of clarity around the full process and how that's going to unfold. And so it's a little premature for me to share like how many hours someone would have to commit to. There will be regular ongoing meetings, at least, 2 or 3 times a month, most likely, but we'll be getting more details. Jessica Black, did offer up tonight, if people are interested to reach out to the general email with BOP. But we have a number. We are going to definitely be reaching out to student leaders, parent leaders, principals, teachers. There's going to be many more people that are going to be involved in the actual co-construction and co-creation of the plan. And so the details around how one would express their interest, how we'll select, et cetera, will be forthcoming in December so that we can hit the ground running when we get back from the winter break.
Okay, if you can make sure the board members know so that we can share that in our newsletters.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Director Hinton. And then we'll go to Director Torres.
Greetings. Thank you for the work. It's amazing work. Can you tell me how the work of Courageous Conversation and Pacific Education Group flows into this?
Yeah, I don't think, how it flows into it, Director Hinton Hodges, that a big part of the George Floyd resolution, which Savannah spoke to.
Sorry, my window is open. Hold on, I couldn't hear anything you said. Just say again, please. I apologize.
What I was saying is that a large part of what's in the resolution is the anti-racist training and capacity building. And a lot of that is going to be unfolded in phase 2. There's many efforts that are happening through the Office of Equity, through that task force, and trainings that are already being led in OUSD. We mentioned last time the training that we did with Mr. Dante King with the board and senior leadership. And we have the partnership with Courageous Conversations. That's going to really be working with a specific number of schools and really get to the school level. And so there is work to be done as we move toward thinking about kind of the comprehensive training model, not just around like the de-escalation, but those pieces to look at how all of that comes together. We'll be working with Raquel Jimenez and her team and Dr. Aguilar and others with this committee to really think through all the layers of that capacity building around anti-racist mindsets and practices.
Right. So I have no idea of the trajectory of like this new board and it taking that on. And so, and against, whatever their popular belief is that we shouldn't continue to govern, is that I was very clear in the George Floyd resolution. Like I did not support, one, because I didn't feel like all this data that just got shown now is the data that we were supposed to be looking at before kind of dissembling our SSOs and dissembling our community-based, and specialized police force. So here we are now with an incredible amount of data that speaks to the organization, right? More so than 8 police officers. It speaks to a whole cadre of collective bargaining units and other kinds of folks. And if you've never remember anything I say, I've said, like, where is the framework? Where's the framework that everyone is using? I don't want to see what happens at Sequoia and then what happens at Prescott, and that everyone decides what they're going to do as opposed to a through line around this work. And I know that Mr. Sawicki, we've talked about this for at least 2 to 3 years about not everyone gets their own brand of, we had all due respect to my colleague, Director Torres, who was, coming from this framework of like, well, maybe we don't call it anti-racism. We frame it a little bit differently and come from this positive space. And so my biggest issue is definitions. My biggest issue is as we talk about integration or enrollment, we don't use the same language and we're not defining things in the same kind of way. And so I'm so happy that I'm going to be on the other side of this. I'm so happy that there's this much work and dedication that's kind of, people are digging in to do around the phase 2. But it's like a huge caution for me. And then I want to note to the public that at least 2 board members did not participate in anti-racism training, in the implicit bias training. And that is a specific piece of this policy work. So again, I shudder a little bit if you say, we're going to do this work at the ground level, great, but we're not doing it from the top, right? So literally, our role as a board member is to support 2 staff at this particular point, and that's the general counsel and the superintendent. That's who we manage. We don't manage principals, we don't manage teachers. And it is going to be, I think, imperative to be ensured that at the top of the organization, there's a real understanding, one, definition of language, how this impacts the implementation of policy that any board member is going to bring forward. So, we've got to get it from the top, we got to get it from the bottom, we got to get it from the middle, and the way in which community engages us to inform and to support is really important. Where are parents in these conversations? Where are young people in these conversations? But again, for me, it is about how do we get a community of 50,000 plus folk to be kind of on the same kind of line or trajectory, not at the same place, because we're all in different places around this. And this is really, really, really hard work. It is super hard work. It is super hard work. And so,
Director Hinton Hodge, if you could.
I live in the West. Sorry, y'all.
If you could wrap up,
my
please.
window open. But anyway, so I just want to say that, like, back to kind of like framework, defining things very, very clearly is really important. And again, I would say accountability. Again, I'm glad I'm going to be on the other side. The accountability of the Board of Education to take on this work, so that as they're making cuts, as they're deciding not to do whatever they decide not to do, that they're doing it through a lens that is going to really kind of strengthen and support this idea of an anti-racist organization. So thank you again for the work. I appreciate it. And, in the next few weeks, I would like an answer to those questions, especially if I get to vote on a budget.
Thank you. Let's go next to Director Torres.
Thank you. And I want to say a couple of, just a few things very briefly. I don't have a lot of questions, and I want to mainly say thank you. Thank you to the superintendent. This is a lot of work. This is going to take a lot of resources, and this is going to be difficult. Thank you, Curtis. Thank you, Dr. Savannah. I cannot see your full name on the screen, sorry. I love your accent, by the way. And I want to say thank you to Janine. I want to thank you to Bop, right? Bop is relentless, but relentless for all the right reasons. I want to say thank you because at the end of the day, the fact that this board passed a resolution swiftly and conscientiously around the killing of Black men and women in our country by police for no apparent reason, right? Murder. Taking on something of this magnitude is really tremendous. And at a time when we see our democracy being attacked as far as who won this election, this is really an important time for us to just really pause and think about what we're doing, in that we're pushing on hundreds of years in this country of people of color not having power, primarily Black people not having power, and getting power. Because the way I see this is that Black and brown children are primarily who make up this district. And the fact that they should get what white children get in San Ramon, Orinda, Lafayette, which is schools free of police, free of the suspicion, free of that overtone, right? What have you done? Are you carrying something, drugs, weapon, what have you? Our kids here deserve what every kid gets everywhere else. And so for me, this is really important and critical. And I think that our staff gets it based on what I've seen. So I believe that we're saying we trust and have faith that all of our children come to school for the very purpose of having teachers not give them something as much as bring out all of their inherent skills, qualities, gifts, and creativity so that they can go on from OUSD and make something of themselves. So by doing this hard work that is about race and our own internal racism, classism, and whatnot, misogyny, right? I think that we all deserve to recognize we're in a moment of history to push on racist institution that is education across this country. So ultimately, I'm really excited about what's happening. I know this is going to be difficult, and I think it's even harder when you have 4 new board members coming. But I have a lot of faith that the 3 directors that are staying will understand how important it is to stay vigilant on what's being done here, because this is incredible. This is a shift for years, right? It's going to take years to actually execute on this. It's not going to happen in a year or 2 or whatnot. But I think that we have a long-term superintendent and we have a homegrown superintendent for the first time in many, many years in Oakland. So everything is converging at a time when our democracy is being tested. And here we are saying something so phenomenal as to let our children have an education that they deserve, that they would get if they happen to have more income and they lived over across the hill here from Montclair. This is a really exciting night, and I look forward to the next iteration, if you will, which is why I don't have any questions, because I felt it was more important that I simply say thank you.
Thank you, Director Torres. Did anybody else want to offer comments or ask clarifying questions at this point? Okay. So we did take public comment earlier, and I think we have heard from the team. Thank you very much for your work. We will come back to this at our next meeting on December 9th, where we will take a vote. Thank you very much. At this point, we're going to move to item N, which is the report of our student board member, and I want to welcome Director Jessica Ramos. Excuse me, Director Ramos, before you start, I need to check for translation. Mr. Copenhagen, can you go first?
Buenas noches. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de su pantalla, busque el icono de interpretación, seleccione ese icono y se desplegará una lista de idiomas. Seleccione Spanish. Para saber si hay personas en esta reunión que necesitan interpretación, por favor, levanten la mano o escriban en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide el servicio en este momento, no se prestará durante esta parte de la agenda. Muchas gracias.
Madam President, no Spanish translation is needed at this time.
Thank you. And can we next call on Ms. Ho?
各位社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，你就會得到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, President London.
Madam President, no Cantonese translation is needed at this time.
Thank you. Now we'll go to you, Student Director Ramos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, board. Good afternoon, parents, students, families, and community. it's now getting finally cold. We're finally seeing our weather change and get much more cooler. Gives us the hot chocolate and the nice vibes. So hope you guys are spending the time with your families, especially during this time. Let's see. It's not letting me. Oh, there you go. Okay. So summary report. We're still going with our listening to our families, Family Central, listening to our student voices, and a Measure QQ update. The student leadership and events, which is the ACC meeting with superintendent to review safety plan, where we got to talk about the safety plan that just was presented not that while ago. So the family resources at the familycentral.ousd.org. Food distribution is every Monday and Thursday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. All children under 18 years old and younger are eligible to get food. For more information, please go to ousd.org/nutrition, or you can also call at 510-879-1700. And if you have not completed the survey, please complete the survey. We have now reached over 47,000 students who have received computers from Oakland Undivided. And our big update, so Measure QQ has passed, and it's such a big thing for our students, especially the ones who worked very hard on it. We're doing phone banking, we're calling people from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. And just, very grateful that this has passed, and continue to make sure that this follows through and continue to make the work as students. And thank you to all the youth organizers who were the Oakland Kids First, All City Council, OYAC, APAL, Californians for Justice, Youth Together, Justice for Oakland Students Coalition, Power California, Oakland City Council, and all, of course, our OUSD students. So the ACC got to meet with the superintendent, staff to review the safety plan. Students, I did talk to all the students and who participated. They felt like they were more engaged, which was very positive. That we thank the superintendent to think about the students and be able to have them included in this process, and also to have the student leaders be able to speak with their voices and share their questions and share their ideas that they want. All students also wanted to have middle school and elementary school students to be able to review and be engaged with the safety plan, because at the end of the day, this is also going to affect future generations that are going to come to these schools. And they want, as early as we can start, the more knowledge that they have and the more knowledge that they'll be able to continue on once they reach high school, once they reach middle school. So it also affects their daily lives. So we want to also make elementary and middle school students be able to be heard, and even parents too, because parents are also our voices. It's not working. Oh, there we go. The ACC Middle School is coming up. It's right around the corner. It's on November 17, 2020. The registering link is right there. Take a little screenshot or a photo. Please let your middle schoolers know. It's very important to have middle school voices in part of these conversations, so we can come back to the board and bring it back. Also, the high school meeting is on its way. It's for December 10th. To have all our high schoolers be able to be present and talk about what's going on in their schools. I know there's a lot going with distance learning and how it's affecting them and their mental health, and it's very stressful. It's gotten to the point that I myself am going through a whole stressful process and not being able to finish all my assignments, because so many assignments are being put for each day, and a student has a lot on their mind. So it's very, very important that we have many high school students to be able to express their emotions and what they're going through, to bring that back to the board, so hopefully we can be able to create something for our students' mental health. And that is the end of the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Ramos. I really appreciate your honesty and your candor, and really letting us know how this is affecting the students. It's very helpful. Colleagues, does anybody have any questions or comments for Director Ramos? Director Harris, let's go with 2 minutes, please.
I won't need 2 minutes. I love the reports of Student Director Ramos. Honest, insightful, and just wanted to say thank you for the report. And the quick question, you all are meeting not in person. The December 10th high school meeting is in person or is it on Zoom?
It's on Zoom.
It's on Zoom. Okay. I wondered if you were trying to do any kind of socially distant practices to get people together, but in due time, I suppose. And then again, congratulations on Measure QQ. I want to make sure I lift up what I lifted up to some of your colleagues as we were, they mostly were working on it. Get into a voter guide. I think a voter guide published by the students, and perhaps you could lead that effort before you sign off. I think students informing Oakland voters about who to vote for, not just on school board elections, but all elections and all ballot measures. I think that would just be a home run. And I think it would give you all an opportunity to really explore some of the local measures and weigh in on them. And it could kind of become a training ground for students to just really get involved and civically engaged. So just encourage you to continue that effort, and big congratulations on 16 and 17-year-olds being able to vote. Thank you again, Student Director Ramos.
Thank you, Director Harris.
Any other comments or questions from board members?
Yes, Director Torres.
Okay, go ahead, Director Torres.
So I also want to say thank you. I think I'm going to miss your reports, Jessica, in January. Maybe I'm going to be watching from home. But I also want to congratulate the youth for the vote. I think that it's awesome that people understood the importance of youth vote in Oakland for people that are affecting your life so tremendously. And, it's also really exciting to just know that, even with COVID, right, you give these awesome reports and we're all pushing through and everybody's zoomed out, but here you are, still going, right? And in the past, I know we've heard from you about, the difficulty students are facing emotionally, the isolation, people are working more and trying to keep up with their schoolwork while trying to make money to survive. And so I definitely appreciate that. In regard to earning the right to vote, right, as young people, which will lead to voting in general elections at 18, I definitely recommend that, you reach out to us as board members in regard to our experiences having run for office and what people really want to know. Because I think with a school board member, the first part of running is knocking on a stranger's door and then talking to them about what they think about the schools in Oakland, whether they have children or not, or their grandparents. And so, it's really scary at the beginning being a board member candidate, a school board candidate. But, having us explain what we went through and that challenge, and then obviously won, could be great as a liaison to what youth vote is all about, right? Because it's an honor just to be able to vote all of a sudden so young. And now what you want is for 16 and 17-year-olds to actually vote, as opposed to just say, yeah, that's cute or interesting, but just like adults, they don't read the ballot, they don't know what the measures are about. It's a lot of work to use that privilege. So let us know. Let us know, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Director Torres. Any other comments or questions from board members? Go ahead, Director Yee. And I'm just going to remind my colleagues, please be judicious in your comments tonight. We're going to be here until 2 a.m. if you cannot. Go ahead, Director Yee.
Thank you. And thank you, Director Ramos. I also really enjoy the clarity of your presentations. I'm diverting a little bit because, I'm consistently worried about high school seniors, as I'm sure many of my colleagues and I know the superintendent is. And are you getting any sense of, it's getting close to applying for colleges or thinking about life after high school? Is this a topic at all that's raised in your circles? And is there a venue for students to express their excitement or their worries? And that's it. You can take the rest of the time to respond.
Absolutely. I think there has been circles not very much talk in classrooms about, what are your next steps. It's mostly about, focus about your term, it's mini semesters. So you're trying to finish a whole semester in one little time. So it's mostly about academics. It's usually just around your friends that you talk about what's after high school. Do I still want to apply to this college? Do I still want to take a gap year because, with everything that's going on, you just want to take a gap year and decide to do a different thing. The second thing also that's been barely in talk is, do I even want to apply to college and just rather work or go to community college and then finish my credits and then transfer? That's been very in the talks that I've been talking to my classmates about. It's, saves up a lot of money, but also it also brings, it brings encouragement down to not wanting to apply to college. So there has been a lot of talks about just not attending college or just being going to community college and finishing some credits.
Great, thank you. And I'm really delayed that you reminding me about gap year, because that's something I had never occurred to me as a response to the learning loss and the delays that may be part of your senior experience. So thank you.
Thanks, Director Yee. Director Hinhaj, did you have your hand up before? Go ahead, Director Hinhaj.
Great, thank you. I'm really just being selfish. I just want to always thank you. I won't have many times to be sitting on this side and working with you. So I'm just really appreciative of your leadership and knowing that you're going to go into the school year and all the things you take on, as a student as well. So, just so many, it's not the last meeting, but was just feeling really compelled because of the action that you took with the campaigning and making sure that, students have voice. And so just super proud of you in doing that. I will tell you, honestly, that I struggled with the vote. I had supported it. I'm there, I'm with it. And yet I was very concerned about what is the educational process that is now necessary. Because we shouldn't assume that even everyone who has this right to vote understands the power of that and has all the information and has all the access, right? Like we did a lot of in campaign work this season, right? We looked at who votes. We looked at who votes and who goes to our schools, right? So we have neighborhoods where it's predominantly Black and brown students that go there, but it's predominantly white voting bloc, right? So there's math, right? There's a science to this work. And so Director Torres is pushing a lot, around ethnic studies and all the leaders that are doing the ethnic studies work. And so I just want to make sure that there is a robust, and I would suggest that the ACC really looks at some very clear board policy that is brought forward to ensure that your student body, your colleagues are really ready to step into that role. What is the, I know you studied, what is the role of the school board member, et cetera, but now you have this even larger responsibility because it's not just Oakland OUSD children, right? It's not just,
please wrap up your time.
I know, charter school students, right? It's also going to be students who go to private schools. It's going to be students that go to Catholic schools, right? And so who are you in this movement right now to empower and engage and educate young folks around the power of this vote and the power and the role of being on a school board? So I just want to just continue to watch you blossom and do this work and seed more of the work into the ACC. But I'm hoping that is we can call it curriculum, whatever it is going to be, but there's got to be a course that you start taking maybe at 10th or 11th grade, right? It's an elective. It is a part of your A to G.
We need to move on
in that way. So thank you again, Director Ramos, for your leadership and for just being a person who is moving us forward in this work. Appreciate you very much and your colleagues.
Thank you. Is there anyone who has not spoken on this item that would like to? Okay, if not, we will move on to item O, which is the President's report. President London, do you have anything you'd like to add to your earlier remarks?
I do not. Thank you.
Great. With that, we will move on to the Superintendent's report. Superintendent Johnson Trammell, I will hand over the reins to you.
Thank you, Board Member Gonzalez. One, we are just reiterating that we're moving to a new format of a written report. So you will see a report attached that provides information about distance learning, the learning pods, attendance, enrollment, some of the work that we've been doing with community-based organizations to get into the nitty-gritty of individual students and making sure every single student, that is our goal, 100% access to devices. So I want to thank some of our community partners, CEEBSE, that has been working with the Office of Equity, Preston Thomas, with our dashboard now. We've really been able to drill down student by student. So you'll see some of the updates there. Tonight, I just briefly want to talk about our resolution to declare November annual Indigenous Peoples Heritage Month across the district. Tonight's resolution, which you'll hear a little later during the consent agenda, is an effort to honor the history, culture, and impact of Indigenous people in this nation and the city of Oakland, and support Indigenous students, staff, and families in OUSD. It's also about supporting current regional efforts to preserve Native historic sites. OUSD recognizes that it exists on Ohlone territory that encompasses 6 Bay Area cities of Oakland, Alameda, Berkeley, Emeryville, Albany, and Piedmont. Our Title VI Native American education program develops strategies to support our growing contingent of over 500 students identifying as Native American and Indigenous. We also recognize and serve newly arrived Indigenous migrants arriving from Mexico, Central America, and South America, from many Indigenous nations. We celebrate their languages, diverse cultures, and additions to the cultural capital of our community. We will continue to shift appropriate resources to serve their unique needs and promote cultural conservancy. For far too long, Indigenous people have been treated like second-class citizens by this country. This resolution ensures that students in Oakland will learn the accurate history of Native American people in general, and this area's Ohlone people specifically. With this education, people who come from Oakland will always stand up for what's right in support of our Indigenous brothers and sisters and their vibrant history and culture. I want to thank our staff and our Office of Equity for reminding all of us what this recognition will mean to our students, staff, and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Colleagues, did you have any questions based on what was in the superintendent's report?
Yes, I do. And so I apologize for pulling it because I don't know that I knew that that eloquent recognition was going to happen.
I wanted to surprise you, Board Member Hinton.
Sorry, Mr.
And I don't know why I would expect anything less, Superintendent Kyla Johnson Trammell. And so I would just say, and I don't know if the Vice President can handle this, but definitely to the Secretary Edgar Rakestraw and to General Counsel, I no longer need to pull that item. It was important to me that we created a space for some recognition, and the superintendent did that. And so I am honored and excited to learn as much as I possibly can learn this month and always about the Muwekma people, the Ohlone people, and all the Indigenous people of this world. I give thanks for them, and Ashe Amen for those ancestors that came before and that we stand upon their shoulders. So give thanks. Thanks for that report, Superintendent, all of it.
Thank you. I am not seeing any other hands. Let me just flip screens here, make sure I'm not missing anybody. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. Superintendent, the only thing I would ask Based on the public comments tonight that we heard, it seems like there's a lot of panic and potentially misunderstanding about the work we're beginning to get ready to go back to schools. And so if you could just clarify, because I heard several people say, you know, everyone back in schools in January. That's not what we're talking about, is my understanding. So if you could just clarify, who is it specifically that we're talking about potentially having back if it's safe in January?
So one, what I will say is we are definitely anchoring what we're doing in the science. We have to just begin preparing, and preparation depending on whatever the date will say, and we absolutely will be in alignment with the Department of Public Health for our county. So that's number one. We cannot move faster than any guidance that we're getting from our Department of Public Health. And we all know that this virus is very unpredictable. Nevertheless, we still need to do our due diligence in terms of the planning necessary whenever it's safe to reopen. So that's what I would say at this time. Even if hypothetically we were reopening now, there isn't any school district at this point, I can just speak for California, where we're bringing 100% of kids back at school at one time. We're simply talking about the necessary steps that we need to take to make sure that we're prepared whenever that date will be. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Colleagues, please come back on screen so that we have quorum, or we will need to recess the meeting. I think we've got 4, Mr. Daniels. Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Are there any other questions for the Superintendent before we move on? Okay, not seeing any additional questions for the Superintendent. Thank you, Superintendent, for the report. We'll move to item Q, which is comment by collective bargaining. Oh, Director Yee, go ahead. Questions for the Superintendent. You were on mute, Mr. Yee.
Yeah, I was looking at the superintendent's report, page 18, and I noticed that foster youth, there's out of 200 foster youth, there's around 25 who don't have internet or access. And I wonder, it sounds like we know who those kids are. They are being supported by the county and ourselves. Is there any way we can facilitate them getting access, or is it some other kind of issue that is not apparent?
I will, if Preston Thomas is available to answer that question, that would be great. But yes, and in general, that is the whole purpose of our dashboard, that we're able to now identify the specific students so that we can actually address and make sure that they're getting the access to the technology and the hotspot. So you will see a continuing improvement in that number. We're just being transparent in terms of where we are.
Okay, see, Mr. Thomas, would you like to respond, Mr. Thomas?
Sure. Yeah, and this really comes from a lot of comments that the board made very early on around making sure that we had a way of tracking individual students. And so that slide was made actually a couple weeks ago. And since then, we've been meeting with case managers and doing individualized outreach. And I just want to be really clear about one thing, is that it just means that we aren't able to document that they're able to get online. And at this point, each of the networks, each of the principals are starting to look specifically at subgroups within their school. And many schools, it's down to like less than 5 students. I did a presentation in Network 2 today, and we found most of the students, less than 5 kids at each school, we didn't know how they were engaging in distance learning. So really just getting to that fine-grained level of individual students. And I can update that number for you all at the next board meeting, but we expect it to be significantly smaller as we're doing intensive outreach for those individualized students.
Right. Well, the reason I pointed out, because you're able to document the foster youth 197, you're able to identify 25 without, and it would be helpful just as a case study to find out if there is some reason, maybe they've had one and they've lost it, maybe their foster home doesn't have access. I have no idea what it is, but it seems to me that you helped me to crystallize a target that I'm going to ask you about in December. It should be 0, 0, 0. Would you agree?
I absolutely agree with you 100%, and we'll get there.
Thank you, Director Yee. Looks like Director London is back in the saddle.
Yes, hi. So is there any further questions or comments for the superintendent? All right, then we will move on to item Q, which is comments from our collective bargaining unit. If any of the leaders of our collective bargaining units are here and would like to offer comments, please raise your hand and Ms. Floyd will call on you. Ms. Floyd, do we have any speakers?
I see one hand, Melvin Phillips from SCIU.
Oh, great. Mr. Phillips, before you proceed, we're going to see if anyone needs translation. Can you hold on a sec? If we could have Ms. Ho, please.
各位社區人士你好，呢度係 Oakland 聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, President London.
Madam President, no Cantonese interpretation is needed for this item.
Thank you. And if we could have the same statement in Spanish, please.
Buenas noches. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Busque el icono de interpretación y seleccione ese icono y se desplegará una lista de idiomas. Seleccione Spanish. Para saber si hay personas en esta reunión que necesitan interpretación, por favor levanten la mano o escriban en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide el servicio en este momento, no se prestará durante esta parte de la agencia. I'm done, President London.
Thank you very much. We will now
Madam President,
proceed.
no Spanish interpreting is needed for this item.
Thank you, General Counsel. Ms. Floyd, if you could call the first collective bargaining unit leader, please.
Melvin Phillips.
He has up to 5 minutes, please. Welcome, Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Directors. I thank you for this time, this opportunity on this evening. First of all, I want to thank the superintendent for her work in this safety program, for the safety plan, should I say, for the George Floyd. Of course, we know that this is well overdue, and I want to thank her for having the support of the SSOs, because truly as being civilians working under the police department, we have played vital roles throughout the school district, being on the campus 24/7 every day, being mentors, being coaches, being advocates, you know, for our students and moving them in the right direction, knowing that every department we have our ups and our downs, but over the years of working with those students, we impact a lot of students over the years in grooming them and becoming great citizens in our community. And so I thank you for pushing on that. As far as moving towards this Black Lives Matters, truly, we have a lot of our Black students who are going through a lot. We really do need to open, but yet and still, we are conscious of, you know, the virus and the things that are going on, because our Black children are suffering the most. They are the ones that having difficulties on this Zoom meeting. I have grandchildren who are having problems themselves with the virtual learning. So I can understand that, you know, our Black children are falling further and further behind. we are already one of the lowest ones on the totem pole when it comes to getting education when we are face-to-face learning. So this virtual learning is not really working for them. So if we're not going to have the opening of schools, we really need to find out a method where we can get those individuals who are out there and losing out on their basic skills of reading, writing, and arithmetic, the things that they're going to need later on in life, or whatever we do with this George Floyd is not going to work. It's not going to work for the simple fact we still going to have our Black children out there on the streets getting into crime, and they're still going to be going to jail. So it's not only about having police on the school campus, which they shouldn't be, but it's also about us making sure that our children is getting the best education that they can. It was brought up that we have individuals out there from San Leandro, San Lorenzo, who have all these vocational training departments on their campus, but we can't bring back auto mechanics or wood shop. I thank God for the wood shop on Fremont because a lot of them are taking advantage of it. But we have to find a way, because if we don't get those vulnerable students, and I'm talking about the minorities that are out there right now suffering and not going on Zoom, but going outside and getting into all kind of mischief, we're going to be in a whole lot more trouble. And I'm standing in, and our members are standing in solidarity with the teachers. Whatever the teachers decide to do, we're backing them 100%. We want to make sure that when we go set foot on the campus, whenever they open things up, that every safety protocol will be in place, from ventilation to PPEs to whatever else we need to make sure that we're safe and our families are safe. I thank you for this opportunity, and I will be getting back to you because we are working with Janine on the new job position. But again, I have to bring it to our SSOs. We have a meeting on Tuesday, and I would let everybody know at that time, how we feel about this. But again, I thank you for the opportunity. And again, Superintendent, I thank you the most because you got my back, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. We really appreciate your input, and we really appreciate the work of your members. Ms. Floyd, do we have any additional bargaining unit leaders who wish to speak tonight?
No, I don't see any additional hands raised, President London.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now move on to item R, which is public hearings. We have 2 hearings tonight. The first is item R1 20-2291. This is a new name for Lockwood Steam. Superintendent, I'm going to turn it over to you. Oh, excuse me. Once again, thank you to the General Counsel for reminding me we need to ask if there's a need for translation. Mr. Copenhagen, can we call on you, please? I think he wasn't ready for us.
Sorry about that. Buenas
No,
noches.
that's fine.
Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de la pantalla, busque el icono de interpretación y seleccione ese icono. Se desplegará una lista de idiomas, seleccione Spanish. Para saber si hay personas en esta reunión que necesitan interpretación, por favor, levanten la mano o escriban en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide el servicio en este momento, no se prestará durante esta parte de la agenda. Muchas gracias.
Madam President, no Spanish translation needed for this one.
Thank you. Ms. Ho, can you check if we have any Cantonese speakers?
各位社區人士你好，呢度係 Oakland 聯合校區， 教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你喺熒屏上邊舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done. President Linden.
Thank you.
Madam President, no Cantonese translation is needed for this item.
Okay. And at this point, it looks like I will turn it over to the superintendent.
Oh, with the Madam Chair, this is a
Oh,
public
excuse
hearing.
me, I'm opening the public hearing, excuse me. Opening the public hearing on the name designation for Lockwood STEAM Academy.
Thank you, Board President. Oh, my apologies.
My apologies. Am I up or?
You are. I was
I'm
just going to introduce you. At this time, I will have both Jennifer Korn, Coordinator for Innovative Programs, and Ms. Shelley McCrae, the awesome principal of the school that we are getting ready to discuss. Miss McCrae, thank you for joining us this evening after, I'm sure, a long day of schooling. So thank you both, and the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Johnson-Trammell. So we are here tonight to discuss renaming the merged school that will open next fall after Futures and Cues finish their 3-year merger design process and reopen as a single merged school. And the design team is proposing to rename the school Lockwood STEAM Academy, as you will see here. And I am going to pass it over to Shelley McCrae, the principal, to talk about the work they've been doing.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to present not only our proposed name change, but a little bit about the work that we've been doing for the past 4 years. Next slide, please.
I am not clear on how I have control of the presentation screen, it says, but I'm not sure. Thank you. Go ahead, Shelley.
Okay. Our mission and vision were collaboratively crafted with staff, parents, our design team, and our SSC. The STEAM designated was added to the statement by our design team this past spring during one of our remote SIG design team meetings. Next slide. Our vision also remains unchanged. The most important part of it is that it was co-crafted. So it took a process of getting teachers, staff members, community members, and parents and our design team together to craft a vision and mission that spoke to what we wanted for our students on the Lockwood campus. Next slide, please. Our profile of a Lockwood graduate, what we know, what we do, and where we're going is rooted in our core values: integrity, community, respect, responsibility, and service to others. And we'll talk more through this throughout the rest of the slides. Next slide, please. So we're building on our strengths. Originally, when I joined the future side of the Lockwood campus, the principal at Hughes and I came on together. And once we knew that we were going to be joining the blueprint process for quality schools, we started looking at some of the similarities on our campus. So we had shared staff. We actually share a lot of families across both schools. And so we started looking at instruction. We both had strong science instruction across both schools, which led to a decision to join a very rigorous math pilot using SWAN Math, which of course over the last couple of years has led to a focus on STEAM. Next slide. What we'll be building on is strengthening our arts, engineering, and technology. So with arts, we'll be continuing our partnership with BACR as well as community groups in our after school program, which is actually integrated into our day program as well. We'll be implementing the WAZED engineering curriculum across TK through 5th grade, which aligns us with CCPA's computer science program, as well as building out our one-to-one technology and innovative technology in the classrooms. Next slide, please. Our 4 building blocks are rigorous academic core, data-informed collaborative teams, student self-advocacy and support, and families as learning partners will be shown in the next 4 slides. We'll go over them one by one. We focus on culturally responsive teaching, using complex tasks and high depth of knowledge, which means that the questions that our teachers have been focusing on crafting and asking come from a lot of planning, a lot of academic discussion, and making sure that we're giving children a chance to think and share their thinking before they answer our questions. We have ongoing student assessment and timely interventions, including Saturday Academy and Scholar Club. Our academic discussion and complex text and writing are the foci of our instructional process. We ensure that all of our students have a chance to collaborate with one another in small groups and with their teachers in intervention as well. And also we have end of cycle expos at the end of every instructional cycle. So the pictures you're seeing here are the writing process. And instead of having like Halloween, we had author scare. So parents came in and listened to their students read the writing that they've been working on for the past few weeks. Next slide. Our data-informed collaborative teams highlight a focus on collaboration across grade levels across schools. Our PLCs are dedicated protected time for teachers to collaborate on student data, planning, and teaching. It's protected time with a grade level coach, and that's where a lot of the unit planning happens. It's where a lot of the initial data analysis happens. And then that builds out into professional development in our data summits, which then lead to our academic parent-teacher team meetings. Next slide. On the Lockwood campus, we make sure that our students have a voice in all things. So we have a rigorous, it is pretty rigorous, student government that does a ton of work around making sure the students have their voices heard in all aspects of our life on campus. We have student toolbox leaders, which are kind of like RJ leaders, but more advocates of using the toolbox tools in order to self-regulate, hold conversations, and be able to connect with one another. And we also share those with parents. We have a small but growing AAMA group, in addition to our new annual father-son breakfast, which is held by our culture keepers. And our community schools team is the arm that we use in order to build out our mentor program so that every student in need of a mentor has one. Next slide. I think there's a slide missing, or go back. Go back again. There we go. Of course, we don't do any of this without our families, are a huge part of everything that we do. One thing that we're really proud of that we've been able to build out is making sure that our parents understand all of the instructional tools and SEL tools that we're using on campus. So for every new item that we introduce to students, we also hold a parallel workshop for parents. So if we introduce ST Math, parents ask for an ST Math workshop, we make sure that they have it. When we reward students for attendance, we hold a luncheon for parents as well to thank them for supporting us and making sure kids get to school. When we have data summits with our staff, and that's whole staff, we have APTT, academic parent teacher team meetings with our teachers and families in the classroom so they learn tools and activities in order to support their students at home. So I'm going to talk through this slide because the evidence of progress didn't make it in on time for the board presentation. The profile of a graduate with our resilient lifelong learners, core skills for the 21st century, personal leadership, community and global contributor, an effective communicator and collaborator, and tech literate citizen. Our progress is described in like some of the testing that we do, and also the aspects of instruction that we have on campus. Our lifelong learners since 2018, in our school year 18-19, showed campus-wide growth in language arts and math. Futures increased by 28.7 points closer to standard on SBAC. Q's increased by 16.2 points closer to standard on SBAC. And in math, futures increased by 28.3 points closer to standard. Q's increased by 8.3 standard, 3 points closer to standard. Our core skills for the 21st century. We have interactive classroom Promethean boards, which are loaded with the curriculum that we use. All curriculum that we use has an online platform included. We have critical thinking, collaboration, and problem solving integrated in all aspects of our learning. For personal leadership, we have our student council, our peer toolbox leaders, our junior recess coaches, you know, when we were on campus and had recess, our boys and girls groups and peer mentoring. For community and global contributors, we continue to build out really strong relationships with BACR, EBALTSI, which is Lions Creek, OHA, which is Lockwood Community Gardens. For those of you who don't know where we're located in a neighborhood, yes, known as the Lockwood Havens Court neighborhood, but affectionately known as the Ville. And in the Ville, we 90% of our students come from the two large housing developments that we sit in the middle of. And so their partners are our partners, and we collaborate on campus, and they support in all things from serving as TAs in our Zoom classes, to tutors during breakout rooms, to you know, helping to get and distribute materials to students during our shelter in place. Effective communicators and collaborators. 2019, 2020, both futures and Qs reclassified more than the SPSA target of 15% of our English language learners. And for tech literate citizens, we are one-to-one with technology in all of our classrooms, and we have student created literacy presentations at the end of every cycle of inquiry. Next slide. I hope this works. Wanted to share some voices from our school, if you'll indulge us a little bit of time.
So, yeah, okay. I'm gonna get screen sharing and I'm gonna play the video. Here it is. Working.
Can you adjust the sound?
I've seen Lockwood as a whole move towards just educating students and making great changes for their outcomes to improve and increase. One of the ways that I've seen student outcomes improve and increase is the APTT meeting. In those meetings, we invite parents and students into our classrooms, and we give them tools that they can use to teach their children at home. We help bridge that partnership and close that gap from home to school, and telling students and parents, these are things we're doing in our classroom. These are games you can play to help with sight words, math vocabulary, math facts, and just ways to help improve learning overall.
One of the things that helped me a lot as a teacher is the technology, where every classroom has their own Chromebook card. It has allowed for me to be able to differentiate my instruction. It has allowed me to work with my language learners and keep them up with the pace with everybody else without kind of feeling isolated. And that has just created a really great flow. And because of that, with the distance learning, a lot of our students had the ability to already know how to use technology. And that is also because we were able to consistently use it throughout our learning.
It's just been so much growth at Lockwood over the last 5 years, significant amounts of growth. Even having math nights and students coming out and playing and participating. And this is all possible just because of the changes and the things we're making and putting students first.
My name is Hamza, and my favorite subject in school is math. Teachers at this school, they make math fun.
And my favorite subject in school is math because I think it's so fun and getting to learn math is so nice. Teacher helped me reach my learning goals in math by breaking down the math problem so that I can understand it. She pulls me in small groups to work on the math problems and always checks to see if I know how to solve it. My name is Xavier Marie Butler. I'm in the 4th grade. My favorite subject in school is math because I can get help with it, and it's very, very easy when it comes to like multiplication and division. One thing I love about being a scholar student is by seeing how happy my mom gets each and every day and how proud she is of me.
The best thing when you are a Lockwood Scholar is you're a good student and you do all your studies.
What makes Lockwood special is the focus on teacher collaboration. I have such an amazing group of teachers that I meet with on a regular basis that support and push my practice. We do all the pacing every month together. We do daily check-ins, and there's time that's built into our week for PLC to meet with our coach. And we talk over everything from upcoming assessments to looking at data to help us plan for future instruction. And it's been nice to have a coach that is working with our grade level, asking those tough questions to get me to reflect on my practice and really push me to think. I'm very grateful for all of these opportunities at Lockwood.
Lockwood is unique in that it fosters an environment that strongly promotes positive staff and student relationships. My colleagues and myself oftentimes do check-ins, provide students a safe place for reflection, or just to give the students a chance to take a quick breather. These are also the times when teachers encourage them to practice using the toolbox tools to effectively communicate with their peers. These small actions lift up SEL, and then it helps students feel heard and seen on site.
Hi, my name is Ms. Shivers. I'm a 4th grade teacher, and I have 3 of my students here with me, and they're going to share their experience at Lockwood. We'll start with McMary.
One thing I want other people to know about our school is that it's a place where we welcome people, and it's a safe place, and it's a nice place, and it's a good environment.
What I want other people to think about our school is we are the Ocelots, and we are a good, clean, and healthy school.
Thank you, Daniel. And lastly, we have Xavier Butler.
My teacher can help me achieve my dreams by going to college and becoming the president of the United States of America.
Say bye, everyone.
Bye.
Does that conclude the presentation?
It does, and thank you for your time and your attention to Lockwood's team.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, are there any questions about this item? Because this is going to be a voting item after I close the hearing. We'll go to Director Torres, then Director Yee, then Vice President Gonzalez. Let's try to do 2 minutes each, please.
Thank you for the presentation, and it's exciting to see all of the advances that are taking place at the school. Can you tell me the breakdown of the school population as far as the demographics and English learners in particular?
Sure. When I think of Lockwood, I think as one. So if you're asking me to delineate by futures and cues, I really can't right now. We have a little over 600 students. I would say we are about 55% Latino, about 40% African American. We have a pretty strong contingent of Middle Eastern students, mostly from Yemen. And our newcomers, if we were one school right now, we qualify for a newcomer TSA. So we have over
Nice.
70 newcomers.
Oh, for 70 newcomers this year?
Yes.
And is that a trend, or how many years is that trend?
About 2 years.
Okay. And what is the most pressing issue then going forward? Is it you're anticipating you'll get more newcomers in the coming year, 2021, 21, 22?
We do have a lot of, our newcomers tend to be very transient. So we have students who come in and out. Generally, we are a historic neighborhood. If you have a grandparent who went to Lockwood, chances are the grandchild goes there too. So we do have kids who leave and come back. Our most pressing issue is making sure that we're able to maintain resources and keep all of our students on campus. So we don't want to have kids who are coming back and forth. We'd like to keep them at home, as we call it in the Ville.
Yeah, okay. What's the percentage of students that are in special education?
I have 78 students with IEPs, one SDC class that's mod severe with 9 students in it.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. I wanted to understand, I think I visited that school a very long time ago, so I wanted to understand the demographics, and the city is changing so fast. But obviously some places are changing less fast. But thank you very much for the presentation. It's exciting.
Thank you for watching.
We'll go next to Director Yi. Before we do that, I just want to note, I stand corrected. We will be voting on this on the 9th. So tonight is just a hearing. Go ahead, Director Yi.
Thank you. And thank you so much for your obvious knowledge of the school and your commitment to the community. It's really refreshing. I should just tell you in passing, I grew up on 68th Avenue. And so I could either have gone to Markham or Lockwood. And so I know the area very well. Have you actually been, have the kids actually joined together as Lockwood School yet? Or did this, the development and establishment of the name come in distance learning?
So because I've been the principal serving both schools for the last 3.5 years, and when we first started the blueprint process, we made a decision that when we join sites together in any form or fashion, whether it's a social gathering or whether it's an academic meeting or anything like that, that we would form as Lockwood, because that's what the building says and that's what parents usually call us. The students know, I think the year before last, when we shifted our schedule so that all of our students have a joint lunchtime, joint recesses, so that we were interacting more, we were getting used to one another. Saturday Academy runs with students from both sites at the same time. The kids know that when we're all together, it's Lockwood.
Great. And then do you consciously integrate the classroom between the English learners, newcomers, and English only, or are they divided up according to their language development levels?
Well, right now we're still running 2 schools.
Uh-huh.
So students who are enrolled in Futures are all in sheltered English classes. Students who are enrolled in Q's are enrolled in dual language classes.
And is that going to be the strategy moving forward? And that's my last question.
A final decision hasn't been reached and communicated, so we continue to engage families, our design team, our community, and senior leadership about that.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm so excited about what this is going to mean for our kids, for both students, both sets of students to have stable leadership and academic growth and all the great things that are happening. I do have a question that's related to what Director Yi was just asking about, I think related, which is that Q's was a dual immersion school primarily, not solely, but was primarily a dual immersion school. I think I just heard you say that you guys are still trying to figure out exactly what the language program is going to look like, but I would be interested to know that, because as you probably know, part of the vision for the district is that we're trying to expand dual immersion. So I'm just curious how those conversations are going.
Well, like I said, we continue to engage with our families and our SIG design team, our community and senior leadership. So these are conversations that we're having regularly in both our SIG design meetings and with enrollment and senior leadership.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Anybody else have questions? Okay, at this time we will, this is a Director Hinton, go ahead, please.
I didn't realize, I was watching you guys. I'm sorry you didn't see me. I didn't realize my camera was off. Thank you so much for the presentation. I would like to follow on that a little bit around the language piece. Are you considering Arabic language since you have a growing Yemeni population?
It's something that our Arabic families have mentioned. We're thinking probably building that out in like more of an after school model or something like that.
In an after school model. Okay. I apologize. I actually have one more question. So do you feed into CCPA?
We do, which is part of the reason why we've selected a STEAM model, because it builds right into their their computer science program. We share a campus. It's the Lockwood Haven Square campus.
Right. Exactly. Okay. I apologize. I lost. I had another question that was very specific to that community. Like my grandma, my aunties grew up in Lockwood or from Texas to whatever. So like I have family roots there as well. It's just, I'm sorry, I just totally lost it. I'll probably just maybe send an email. I appreciate the work, and I know you'll get an opportunity, I guess, to come back again. Thank you for the student voices that were a part of it. I definitely have relationships with like OHA and EBALSI and those types of things. And so it's exciting to kind of see us think about, our students and where they live and the whole child. So just really appreciate you for doing that kind of deeper. I mean, that's the community schools kind of work. I know what it was, the SIG grant. And I have 9 seconds, so you can take the rest of the time. Like, when does that sunset, and what does that mean to lose basically a lot of resources? And how does the district, and I say the district, how are we, Lisa, the superintendent, Sandra Aguilera, Dr. Aguilera, how are people thinking about when that resource is gone? What happens?
The SIG grant terms out at the end of this school year. And the reason why our merger took 4 years instead of 1 or 2 is because we wanted to make sure that we leverage those funds in order to build a sustainable model. So once the funding leaves, we've put enough sustainability practices in place so that our students don't lose out. So for example, we're part of district curriculum pilots for language arts and math. And we are also, with our technology, partnering with sister schools, with community organizers, so that we're able to continue funding the tutoring programs that we bring into our school during the day with BACR, and making sure that we're able to continue to keep those resources going. So looking at the models of large elementary school budgets, we won't lose much in terms of coaching or in terms of materials or services.
Oh, thank you so much. Are there additional questions or comments from board members? This is a public hearing, so we're going to take public comment. If you wish to offer public comment, now is the time to raise your hand. If you're on a computer, you can push the raise your hand button. If you're calling in by phone, you can press *9 on your phone. Ms. Floyd, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, we do. Our first speaker is Alicia Arenas.
Okay, and let's do 2 minutes, please.
Hi, Alicia Arenas. I won't need the full 2 minutes. I just want to thank Principal McCray for her work in unifying the 2 schools and her strong belief in students. Thank you, Principal McCray. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is a call-in listener, area code 510, and the last 3 numbers are 345.
Yes, this is Asada Oligbala. I did some looking into the 2 schools, Community United and Futures. It was devastating to look at how these schools are ranked. Community United of 5,789 California schools, this school is ranked 5,753. Its proficiency in math is 6 to 9%. The other school, Futures, in 2019 was ranked worse than 99.6% of elementary schools in California. It is also 52nd among 54 ranked elementary schools in OUSD. So I'm not going to read everything, but the schools are tremendously failing in academic performance, both of them. What was the reasoning for putting two failing schools together? If anything, to let these schools survive in small numbers instead of blowing the ranks of the schools up to 670 students. It's just unreal that the proficiency of these schools has been so poor that we now brought two schools together that have been unable to be successful. And what is the reason behind it? I was in the police commission meeting. I'm just coming back into this meeting. I'm sure you had good reasoning for doing it, but it makes no sense to me. And to make it a technical, we need reading. We need math proficiency. These kids are performing way below grade level. And the minority students, when you have all these languages, how are Black children are going to be able to go forward with so many different languages in the classroom? The challenges of Black kids are mounting.
Thank you. That's your time on this item. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is David.
Hi, good evening. David Castillo, Oakland education advocate and OUSD parent. Interesting topic tonight. I actually started my education experience early on. One of the sites was at Havens Court before it was broken up into multiple sites. So I spent some time on that campus going back 20 years now, in addition to the Lockwood campus. And so one question I have, in addition to supporting the comments of the previous speaker, are how we go from such high or balanced African-American, Latino student demographics in the elementary schools there to such a low African-American student demographic in CCPA on the same site. So if you're running several schools, like what's happening between those two where you're losing so many African-American students? So that's one. And I think, struggling with the new format of the board meetings, I'm going to make a comment on something that was mentioned earlier. A recent study out of 2,200 visits to Oakland schools, only 6% of those visits required a response by Oakland Schools Police. So I appreciate the sentiments of the previous speakers and groups around removing police out of our schools, which I think we need to do. However, we have a bigger problem, and it has to do with our teachers and our administrators and our staff. So I hope that is uplifted in the conversation going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Sabrina Moore.
I don't want to take the whole 2 minutes. I just would like to commend Principal McCray for her turnaround work for Lockwood community and the growth demonstrated in aspect testing with year-over-year decreases in the difference of 3, as well as successfully remerging 2 campuses with intentional collective input from all community stakeholders. Thank you, Principal McCray.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers?
That was our last speaker.
Thank you. So that will conclude this item. I'm now going to close this public hearing. Thank you very much, Ms. McCray and Ms. Korn. We really appreciate your work, and clearly Ms. McCray is very beloved. So thank you for that. We're going to move now to item R2, 20-2277. I'm going to open the public hearing on the sunshining of the district's COVID-19 school reopening plan and proposal, optional impact and effects bargaining with the Oakland Education Association. And I believe that our Chief Labor Negotiator, Ms. Janine Lindsay, will be making the presentation. Before you start, Janine, we're going to ask if anybody needs translation. Can we start with Mr. Copenhagen? Thank you. Sorry for tripping on your name.
No problem. Thank you, President London. Buenas noches. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de su pantalla, busque el icono de interpretación, selecciónelo y se desplegará una lista de idiomas. Seleccione Spanish. Para saber si hay personas en esta reunión que necesitan interpretación, por favor, levanten la mano o escriban en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide el servicio en este momento, no se prestará durante esta parte de la agenda. Gracias.
Do we need interpretation, General Counsel?
I apologize,
I'm
Madam
guessing we
President.
do
I was trying to find the unmute button. No Spanish interpretation for this item.
Okay, and Ms. Ho, if you could make an announcement in Cantonese, please.
各位歐倫社區人士好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, President London.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. And now I will go back to Ms. Lindsay.
And Madam President, no Cantonese interpreting is needed for this item.
Thank you. And now I'll go back to Ms. Lindsay and her presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, President, community, and all. I would like to just walk through a quick presentation on our reopening planning program. However, just as a preface, I would like to share that this is being presented to provide context for the sunshining for impact bargaining. And there will be separate presentations and more information on the actual reopening plan and program for the purpose of focusing on those details. Next slide. Next slide. As with everything we endeavor to do in OUSD, the reopening plan and program will be grounded in our mission, vision, and values. And as we approach impact bargaining with our teachers union OEA, we'll also carry that forward into the bargaining table. Next slide. And our priorities being thriving students, thriving schools, thriving district, and to ensure that the interconnectedness between students, schools, and districts is geared towards providing a positive experience for students. Next slide. So for context related to our sunshine, on October 13th, the state announced that Alameda County entered into the orange tier of a color-coded 4-tier system. School districts that complete a COVID-19 health and safety reopening plan as required by ACLE are permitted to open in-person instruction if they are ready. And the district is preparing to open schools because we believe that in-person instruction, safe in-person instruction, is best for our students. Next slide. And first things first, there is so much that is out of our control with regard to the pandemic and COVID. We know that we must lead with science and that any given time a spike in cases could occur and change our circumstances. But what is within our control is our readiness for returning in person. So since the start of school in August and even prior to, there has been tremendous efforts on the part of our district operational teams to prepare for in-person instruction, from safety PPE to custodial staffing to ventilation across the board. There has been rigorous efforts behind the scenes to ensure that we are ready to open in person when permitted to do so. We're proud of our readiness dashboard, which is live, in an effort to be transparent to community and families with regard to how ready we are. Anyone can visit ousd.org and check out our readiness dashboard. So before even approaching in-person learning, we wanted to make sure that the safety measures are in place. And in fact, our plan will only be approved by the county if we are in fact ready. Next slide. So as to the purpose of sunshining, we're required by law, the district will negotiate as required by law, any bargainable impacts and effects of the COVID-19 reopening plan and program. The district's formal sunshine, which is attached to this agenda item in a one-page doc, outlines our intent to do so. And although there hasn't been specific identified impacts to date, we will negotiate any impacts as they arise. Next slide. So again, the reopening plan and program will be a specific topic as it is submitted to the county, but we want to just highlight the overarching theory is that a mix of quality distance learning and safe in-person instruction is what's best for our students under the circumstances. And so we aspire to offer to all students safe in-person instruction opportunities on a weekly basis, beginning in January of 2021. And we've not shared any details as to what weekly means. And we know that that will depend largely on staffing and also capacity at school sites. And the hope is that our program will bring joy to students through the safe in-person interactions with peers and other educators. Next slide. Again, pointing to another value of the district, we intend to ensure equity as we move towards in-person learning. And while we are aimed at providing weekly instructional in-person opportunities for all students, we know that there may come a point in time based on physical restraints or a staffing capacity restraints that there may need to be prioritization that may take place as to those additional in-person opportunities. And when prioritization is necessary, we will prioritize the use of in-person resources to assess gaps and special needs, and namely with our special education population, as well as our English learners with regard to LPAC testing and other assessments. And the final group, targeted supports for subgroups. And we are relying on our California School Dashboard, which points to subgroups, which should be named as priority based on performance. Next slide. And so those priority groups are Black students, English learners, and students experiencing homelessness, which would include homeless students and those potentially in foster youth groups. And if a capacity restraint comes forward, we would like our program to address the ability to prioritize these groups for additional in-person support as needed. So that concludes the overarching high-level review of our reopening plan and program, which is underway, and we are presenting this public sunshine on the impact negotiations.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. This is a public hearing, so we will be taking public comments. If you wish to offer public comment, please raise your hand by clicking the on your screen or pressing *9 on your phone. And Ms. Floyd, do we have anybody who wants to offer public comment at this time?
Yes, we do, President London. Our first speaker
Okay, and we're gonna, I think we're gonna end up with a lot of speakers here, so we'll try to limit it to 1 minute, please.
Okay, our first speaker is Our first speaker is Marco Hovland.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm a student at Oakland Tech, and I, like many of my classmates, have had science education as a key component in my life, and it's deeply concerning to me. A 15-year-old student who knows reopening schools is scientifically not feasible, has grown adults waiting to overlook the science and putting the students and teachers they represent in jeopardy. We need to be prioritizing the improvement of distance learning instead of phasing it out. These decisions, if they were to happen, should not be decided by the current board. They should be decided by the board elected this past election. I'd also like to thank Director Ramos for representing and supporting the students of OUSD. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai is speaking as an individual. The first thing I need is to be able to trust, T-R-U-S-T, trust the information that it's going to be safe. And I have a specific question is I want to know what is the standard of the air circulation, because ventilation is key to the movement of the virus. So I think the public needs to know that. So why don't you present the information as to what kind of standard you're using for ventilation? Is every room in the school going to be properly ventilated, or is it just certain rooms? So there needs to be a lot more done to inform the public about the standard you're going to use for ventilation.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Mark Airgood.
Yeah, Mark Airgood, Equal Opportunity Now by any means necessary caucus and special ed teacher. I would first disagree with the statement made earlier that COVID is unpredictable, that the pandemic is unpredictable. In fact, we know that it spreads like wildfire. Anytime schools are opened or businesses are opened, there's surges in infection. That's happened every single time. Schools are forced then to reclose with greater infections having been spread through the community. In fact, we know what's going to happen if we open more person to person. This country has had historic disaster in our response to COVID. Korea has had a total of 488 deaths. We're moving toward 400,000. Let's stop acting like we don't know what's going to happen if we open schools and improve
Thank you,
distance
Mr.
learning.
Airgood. Thank you, Mr. Airgood. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is a call-in listener, area code 510. The last three numbers are 345.
Yes, thank you. This is Asada Olibala. This COVID-19 is getting scarier and scarier. There's a study that says 1 out of 5 survivors of COVID-19 will likely develop mental health problems. And they're talking about how it'll be impacting people in terms of their ability to be functional, and the amount of depression that will be brought out, the amount of stress that will be involved in people's lives will mentally impact them. The anxiety and insomnia of not just the children, the teachers and staff members. What we lack is a health department in the city of Oakland. San Francisco has one that can guide us, because this is a science issue. and we rely on the county and the state. We don't have a city health department to help us go through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Patrick Masick.
Yeah, Patrick Messick from Life here. I saw the word equity again, and I see this word repeatedly. And I would just ask, what do adequate preparations for my school look like? 94601, some of the highest rates in the country of COVID. Intergenerational families. I would love to see my kids more than anything. I can promise you that. But I need to know, are y'all going to make adequate preparations? If you're talking about equity, what does it look like to prepare a foothill school versus a school in the hills? If you're going to segregate schools and you're going to compound oppression and you're going to talk about equity, let's be honest about what that means. What does that mean you're going to provide my school versus a school that's already provided for? How is preparation going to look different so that when my students come back, I know that I'm doing right by their family. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker, first name is Megan.
Hi there, it's Megan Bachakupi. I'm a kindergarten and second grade parent. I really appreciate Miss Lindsay saying OUSD is going to lead with science, and that while being realistic about how much may not be in your control with COVID, that does not mean that the district should not make a plan to reopen. The positions of those opposed to reopening seem to hinge on disregarding the recommendations and advice of our public health officials here in Alameda County, who have allowed reopening of schools when they can meet specific criteria. OUSD has a public dashboard that they released where we can now track that and see where they are in terms of those metrics. And beyond Alameda County, we have seen large urban school districts, New York City most notably, with very little virus transmission within schools. Students' education, social, emotional, and physical health should be front and center in the assessment to go back. I loved how you talked about cultivating joy in students because so much joy in learning is gone in distance learning. The goal in a return should be to mitigate the spread of the virus with safety measures that OUSD plans to have in place while providing kids the benefit of in-person learning and giving families and teachers who are at higher risk and would like to stay home the opportunity to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Sandro Tuzo.
Hello. I also would just like to reiterate that clearly we have a lot of emotions on this topic, and there are a lot of people that are citing their own data points and references for what they deem to be safe. We have callers talking about other countries. We have people talking about other districts, and what I strongly support is having a dialogue where the parties negotiating the reopening plan can refer to studies, and that can be scrutinized by all parties, including parents and the public. And if groups wish to adopt a more conservative approach to school reopening that's inconsistent with county officials and public health officials, I think it should be made public what authorities they're referencing and why, so that everyone can see how these decisions are being made. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Kim Davis.
Evening, Kim Davis. It is in some ways inconceivable to me that we would be having this discussion as cases are skyrocketing. And I realize that there's planning, which is important. I mean, eventually we do need to get kids back into school. But it is troubling to me to see, parents, particularly parents who have privilege, who are advocating for a quick return to school, that they're undermining what I believe to be very legitimate concerns put forth by the teachers who will be in classrooms, and the parents that I speak to who are in schools not represented on the petitions and the things going around they're not ready to send their kids back. They understand the impact on their communities. And so I would just hope that you're taking more than just what you're hearing tonight and what you might be seeing in petitions or letters to heart as you're making these decisions. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
That was our last speaker on this item.
Thank you. So I just want to acknowledge that we have received many emails through the e-comment, and the written communications that we have received, I believe, are consistent with the range of comments that we heard tonight in person as well. Colleagues, I believe that will conclude the public hearing on this item. This was a sunshine hearing. There's no vote associated with it. So at this point, I am closing the public hearing. Thank you very much, Ms. Lindsay. And we're going to move on to item S, unfinished business. The first four items, S1, S2, S3, and S4, are all related. S1 is the adoption of Board Policy 5116 around student enrollment and student assignment priorities. S2 is the enrollment pilot at Sequoia Elementary School, which we had, I will do the translation next, Mr. Daniels, which we had a long presentation at our last meeting. S3 is the enrollment pilot at Chabot Elementary, and S4 is the enrollment pilot at Edna Brewer Middle School. Colleagues, I would like to propose that we consider these items as a bundle, if that's all right with you. Is there any objection to that?
No objection.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to stop and ask for translation. When we come back, I'll be asking for a motion. Ms. Ho, can you please see if there's anyone who desires to have translation?
各位歐倫社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯嘅話，請你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done. President London.
Thank you, Mr. Copenhagen.
Before Mr. Copenhagen goes, there is no Cantonese interpreting needed for this item, and given that it is after the public hearing and it is after 9 o'clock, with our appreciation and thanks, the Cantonese interpreters are excused for the evening.
Buenas noches. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación al español, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de su pantalla, busque el icono de interpretación, selecciónelo y verán una lista de idiomas. Seleccione Spanish. Para saber si hay personas en esta reunión que necesitan el servicio de interpretación, por favor levanten la mano o escriban en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide el servicio, en este momento no se prestará durante la próxima parte de la agenda. Thank you, President London.
Thank you.
And Madam President, no Spanish translation is needed for this item, and given that it is after the public hearing and after 9 o'clock, with our thanks, we will excuse the Spanish interpreters as well.
Thank you to all of our interpreters. We appreciate you being here tonight. Director Gonzalez, I realize that I need to take public comment on unfinished business.
Yes, that's
So
right.
I was going to do that first before we come to S1 through S4. So at this time, we are going to take public comment on all of the items that are in the unfinished business section. That includes the attendance items that I mentioned previously, as well as possible adoption of Board Policy 7351 around facilities and housing for unsheltered students and families and district employees, as well as a memorandum of understanding between the district and the Oakland Educational Association. So at this time, if you would like to offer public comment on any of those items, you should raise your hand, and you should expect that you will have, depending on how many people, 1 or 2 minutes to comment. Ms. Floyd, do we have any speakers?
Yes, we do, President London.
Great, let's give each one 2 minutes. And can you call the first speaker, please?
Our first speaker is Melvin Phillips.
I'm sorry, I'm going to put my hand down.
Okay. Let's call the next speaker, please. Mr. Phillips did not have a comment after all.
Our next speaker is Ms. Lehman.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Great. Hi, I'm Julia Lehman. I'm a teacher at Edna Brewer Middle School, and I wanted to share my support for our enrollment proposal. So as a team, we really felt like we took time to engage with the various stakeholders and members of our community schools to carefully craft a proposal that we thought would best meet our goals of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we know that this enrollment proposal is just a small part in the larger puzzle of integration and equity in the district, but we believe it's a small and important step in the right direction. It's also free, which I think is important. And there was a concern raised in the last board meeting about pulling students from neighborhood schools, and I just wanted to address that. So as it stands, because of the way the district open enrollment policy works, and because of the size of our school, we already pull 50% of our student population from non-neighborhood schools. And from data that we've looked at, I won't get too deep into it now, but we've shared it as well. This proposal shouldn't be affecting any one individual school significantly, since our waitlist does consist of students from all across the district. But we are definitely in support of a guardrail if that's needed, because again, this is about equity, not just in our school, but across the district. The bottom line is that right now, Edna Brewer is a diverse school, and we love it, and we want to keep it that way. So I hope the board will support this enrollment proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please? Again, this is public comment on any item in the unfinished business section of the agenda.
Next speaker is Patrick Messick.
Yeah, so I'm just a clarifying question. I'm hanging back to learn about the comprehensive inter and intra-district desegregation plan. And by her own admission, this is just this Edna Brewer plan is a small part, but we keep equating these small steps and the word equity. There's nothing small about striving to achieve equity. And if I was just hanging back for that, this is the district's plan. So different schools can come up with some different ideas, and this is what we mean by comprehensive. I'd rather just maybe, I don't know if it's like a political third rail that no one wants to step on. I'm so confused right now. I wish I could just hear from someone with some clarity that yeah, desegregation is something that we're going to try to do in little tiny steps and totally decentralized. And if that's where we are, then I just want to know that's where we are. But if there is a framework, if there is a broader concept of what it looks like to become more equitable and less separate, then I would love to hear it, or just be told where I go for the comprehensive plan, not just these little pieces. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Audrey Carlstadt.
Thank you. I would also like to show my support for the enrollment pilots and for Gary Yee's board policy 5116. I hope that I can see all of you today voting to pass these pilots, so that particularly at Edna Brewer, I'm really hoping to save our Title I status, which will preserve funds that will go to district students, that go to my school, and will allow me to continue to work within my values of serving a diverse community. Yeah, Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Sarah Nolan. I'm not going to be able to bring Sarah aboard. I'm sorry. Next speaker is Kara DeKernian. Same issue with Kara. Next speaker is David.
Hi, good evening. David Castillo, OUSD parent and Oakland public school advocate. While I applaud the efforts of the local school communities to come up with a variety of plans, I also want to echo the comments of an earlier speaker. These plans are just really tinkering around the edges, and they're not going to really get at the root of creating equity in our schools, especially in the time that our children need and deserve. And also, I'm just going to put this out there, the comments of an earlier staff member, maybe it was a parent from Edna Brewer, which is like the one middle school in Oakland that is the highest demand school. They seem to be more interested in protecting their Title I status. And that just rubs me the wrong way. And maybe that's just me. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
That was our last speaker because I'm not able to bring Kara and Sarah aboard.
So I understand from our staff that folks need to have the latest version of Zoom downloaded onto their computers in order for us to be able to call on you. So I encourage you to update Zoom on your computer if we had trouble calling on you this evening, and we do apologize for the difficulty there. Excuse me. Director Yee, I'm wondering, I do want to actually, so have we moved these items? I think I need a motion. Oh, we took public comment on all of the items. So now we're going back to items S1 through S4. Do I have a motion to approve these items? Moved by Vice President Gonzalez.
Yeah, and just to note, because Mr. Rakestraw was very clear about this, that I'm moving adoption of S1 through S4, and we're going to take one roll call on all 4 items. Mr. Rakestraw, does that meet the needs of the motion?
And we will record them as if though they were individually voted on.
Okay, which will be recorded as though they were individually voted on.
So it's been moved by Vice President Gonzalez. Is there a second? I will second. Director Yee, do you wish to offer any comments about the board policy 5116?
Yeah, just thank you so much. And just a couple.
Let's keep it to 2 minutes here, please. Thank you.
No speeches. I really appreciated the feedback from the last meeting. I referred the speakers or my board colleagues to the importance of the community of schools policy, as well as the citywide plan in the initial whereas speaks sections. It's really important, and 2 speakers mentioned that the Edna Brewer plan was tinkering around the edges, and it is in some ways true. These are proof of concepts, the 3 enrollment pilots. The core issues that we have to address are much like Mr. Messick and Mr. Castillo said, and that is whether we believe and are committed to integration and the elimination of hypersegregation in our district, not in individual schools. And 5116 moves us in that direction. It doesn't specify the mix. It only says that there's 4 essential elements: neighborhood, school choice, this commitment to integration and elimination of hypersegregation, and fiscal sustainability. The last 2 are references to the citywide plan and the communities of schools. Many of the issues around quality are referred to in our quality school development policy that's already been adopted. And so this is actually the piece that brings it all together. It's going to require at least a year-long process. It took 2 years in San Francisco, but I believe that we can do it. And this board's commitment to it moves us in the direction. And I welcome the engagement of the new board members along with us as incumbents and carryovers to make this actually happen. So I encourage Mr. Castillo and Mr. Messick to look at the 5116 and you'll see the elements that are there. And I also want to thank the school communities for their work and their willingness to step up and do the right thing. And I hope you'll approve the 5116. You've already approved 5116.1 and the enrollment pilots tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yee. Are there any additional comments? Director, Vice President Gonzalez, and then Director Harris. Go ahead, please.
I'm going to support this with some misgivings or some reservations for some of the things that people have named. You know, when I think about this tension between developing a quality school in every neighborhood, which is what we need to do, and we're making slow, but, you know, very slow progress. And the tension between kind of tinkering at the margins, right, to increase diversity in some schools. I choose, you know, quality school development in every neighborhood. And I also recognize that we're not there yet, and that I still have, you know, as much progress as we've made in District 6, and we've made a lot in the last few years. I still have several schools that, you know, if I had children, I would not send my child to. So, you know, for me, this is about recognizing where my values are, which is that, you know, every school in District 6 and every school in our city needs to be acceptable for any parent in our city. You know, I also recognize that families need options, and that I don't want, you know, I want people to have options until we're at a place where every school is a school that anybody feels comfortable with. And so I'm going to support this, recognizing that I've received outreach from people who I trust in school communities in District 6 that feel that this is a bad idea. The reason I'm supporting it is, A, I don't want to lose families that because they don't feel like they have a reasonable option. But B, I do think, as Director Yee has pointed out, that there are some things that we can learn from these experiments, and that's what this is, to the speaker's point about, well, what is our comprehensive plan? We don't have a comprehensive plan. We have an enrollment work group that is bringing us recommendations, and this is one of those recommendations, and I want to honor their work. And so for me, that's really what this is about. This is about honoring the work that our parents and other people have put in over the course of several months to bring us some recommendations. And this is the beginning of a long-term process of, you know, trying some experiments and then completely overhauling our enrollment policy at some point in the future. So I want to thank the folks who've been involved in this work. And also just being really clear that if this has unintended consequences or impacts that we're not comfortable with, we have the option next year to just stop it. And say, nope, the impact is too much on Flatland schools. So to the point that I think it was Mr. Castillo made about sort of like privileging, you know, kind of foothill and hill schools in this process, I think it's a legit point that we need to really reflect on, like, who's being centered as we make these decisions. And so for me, this is not about schools losing their Title I funds. Obviously, that's a horrible thing that schools will have to reckon with. But this is really about trying something because we know what we're doing isn't working, honoring the work of our enrollment working group that's been working hard to try and come up with some interventions that we can try. And then just being open to, like, saying, nope, that didn't go the way we wanted to, and pulling back if we have to. So thanks for everybody, you know, everybody's work. It takes a lot of courage to go into your school communities and make changes because people feel uncomfortable and scared about what could happen. So I really appreciate everyone's work.
Thank you. Director Hinton, and then we'll go to Director Ng.
Director
Can't
Harris.
hear you.
Next, it was Director Harris.
Director Harris.
I gotta just write it down, I'm sorry. Harris, Hinton, Ng.
There we go. I don't quite understand why these are 3-year pilots. Kind of, you know, I get what people are saying. I have some strong reservations about supporting the pilot policy, but what's the point of doing this for 3 years? What is it going to inform? Who's going to track the work? and make sure that this informs the policy 5116, it would make more sense to me to try the pilot for a year and use the information you learn to write your integration policy. So no matter how you look at it from the school's perspective, they're doing something right. But what are we doing to address the severely segregated schools that exist below Bancroft, below MacArthur, that are 90% Latino? This is true for district schools and it's true for charter schools. So we're trying these pilots. These schools were very innovative. Where's the innovation on the other side? So I think it's a moment of social justice, and that's great. But in that moment of social justice, are we perpetuating the exact same stereotypes that exist before social justice? So if you go to a Black school, I guess we'll get to you later. I guess that's not a part of the consideration of integration, and I guess integration only works one way. So I don't understand how this is connected. Again, I don't understand how we're going to track it at the end of 3 years, and I don't see any commitment to actually use this data to inform the development of the policy, which I thought it was going to be.
Thank you, Director Harris. Director Hinton Hodge.
Thanks. Great work. I think I still wanted to see more data. I talked to processing and talking about this, right? Like it is this amazing step, but there's no definition for me. So, I know I have to believe in myself and my commitment to do work around race and around integration and build the skills and build the will. And there's gonna be leadership on this board that does not participate in that work. So how is it that they're gonna measure and figure out what the next level? I mean, because again, if this is a board policy and we're a year later it doesn't work, how will you know? What are you tracking exactly? I don't know. Director Harris just dropped all these gems. Does integration only work one way? I'm experiencing this as integration without the busing, busing without the buses. The whole Title I piece, I need these students in order to have Title I. So for me, none of these reports have shown, and there's cost meetings, there's all those kinds of things, but I don't know whether or not veteran teachers are really the right ones for the kids that are 2 and 3 grade levels behind, or potentially Black, or potentially brown, or potentially don't speak English as a first language. That rigor, I don't, and being called the queen of charters, it is profoundly strange to me that people without children talk about where they wouldn't send their children, number one, that it's an experiment, that we don't really know what we're doing or how we're tracking it, nor are we doing any of the internal work personally or as an organization and structurally to be able to hold this work. I am going to support this because I believe that Dr. Yee is courageous, is one of the most courageous people in the city when it comes to young people. I have witnessed him grow and develop around race, around class, around what this board has to do in order to develop healthier communities and children who can learn and read. He is an educator's educator. So I'm moving on that trust. And then I get to be one of the people in the back of the room. I'm going to be one of those 5, one of those 6. And I will support and I will help as you go through this movement. But this is not opening up a door and ticking off how many Black children or how many poor children you have. You have to be committed to the work of these children's lives and these families' lives. because they might be chronically absent. They might be behind. They might be the smartest, most genius children that show up in your school, and you may not even witness it and notice it. So it's incredible work, Dr. Yee, and I am behind it 100%. 100%. I wished I was paying attention and I would have at least made the second or made the motion around this. So thank you for the work. But this board is on notice. The new board is on notice that this is incredibly deep work, and it's going to start with self. And if you reject every other option for Black and poor families, you need to look at what you're doing right now. Do not be a hypocrite, because this just puts you on Front Street.
Director Ng.
All right. Yeah, thank you for the work. We did have a robust discussion about this at the last meeting, and I appreciate how Director or Vice President Gonzalez started in terms of the tension of quality neighborhood schools and options across the city as we continue to develop them, because I also sit on that tension, so I guess. So I am supportive of this. I do recognize it is a pilot. I am very much wanting to make sure that we thoroughly review after the first year what the to the concerns around the significant negative, trying to remember the wording, the negative impact to other schools. I want to make sure that we're doing that analysis next year and each year going forward proactively, so we can make sure that we understand, as this is an experiment and pilot, that we are taking the learnings to Director Harris's point, and that's being studied to be integrated into the policy. And at the same time, I also just want to recognize and just the need around the innovation, continued innovation and significant resourcing and investment in flatland schools, and it's not an either or. We need to continue to do that. We need to continue to build quality programs in neighborhood schools. That is the work of the citywide plan, and we need to be able to resource that accordingly so that it does attract and draw families to model and quality programs from across the city at the same time. So that's equally important to this work, although it's not spoken to directly in these policies. But thank you all for the work. And look forward to hearing from the first year.
Okay, Director Torres.
So I just want to say thank you also to those who have put in a lot of time to bring this proposal. And I definitely don't like the P word. I don't like the word pilot because I feel like with the turnover of leaders in the district, pilots just get lost. And that's one thing I discussed with, for instance, the principal at Edna Brewer. But in talking to people who are, doing this work, parents who have given up a lot of time and energy, one of the things I think that comes across is that this is something to be done for the sake of preserving diversity. For instance, at my District 5 school at Brewer, a school above 580, but with a lot of diversity, with a hugely gentrifying neighborhood in the Glenview, that would mean less diversity in no time and less richness for students. And so for parents to step up and say, we're going to push back on the fact that a school would very quickly become less diverse than the rest of the city's schools, less rich, less culturally, evolved, if you will, because they have a great leader, because they have great long-term teachers that have stayed and they're stable. This is a plan to keep the school as it's been. We can't stop families of wealth from buying up the homes in the Fruitvale and in the Glenview that then push out Title I families and leave them in the cold. But this is a small step, and it's not a perfect situation, nor is it a perfect solution, really. But I've grappled with this because I've seen the emails from other principals saying, when you do something like this, you disregard other schools that maybe are a second choice or a third choice. However, the district has done so little for years, and this is just one little step we can take. Because I think about other district middle schools along with, I think in terms of like the types of schools. So when I think about us lifting up Edna Brewer here, I think about Roosevelt and I think about UPA and I think about others. You know, what does this mean for them? I personally would have liked to see a strategy that was a little more encompassing of middle schools, but maybe that'll be in the next iteration of a policy like this. At the same time, I do appreciate the attempts to keep the people of all types of backgrounds at a place like Brewer that is so sought after. And if this pushes out 30 or 35 families of lacking diversity, but lots of wealth because they can buy that $1 million home that's only 600 square feet, so be it. It is what it is. So I'm definitely for this. And I know the kids benefit from something like this. So I'm looking forward to passing this.
Thank you, colleagues. I don't have much to add. I agree with everything everybody has said. I understand the grappling that we're all doing around this. And I know that at the school that I represent that is in this pilot, 40% of the students, 40% of 570 students at Chabot Elementary School do not live in the attendance area. And if that school is going to be taking kids from other parts of the city, because right now that's what our enrollment policy says, then, you know, maybe it should be kids who otherwise might not have the chance to have to achieve the type of integration you might be able to have. And maybe it means the families that are currently going to Chabot might go to their, I know this is all speculation, right? And that's why we're doing the pilot, but like, will those families who might have more social capital stay and go to the school in their neighborhood that they're trying to not go to? I don't know the answer to that. And that's part of why we need to do this. And I see Director Hinton Hodge smiling like, come on, Jody, you know better than that. And so,
remember Kaiser? We're living Kaiser, right?
I know. I'm just, you know, like, because I think the big question that I know I grapple with around this is, what's it going to take for the families with social capital to go to the Flatland schools, to go to the Lockwood? We heard people tearing down a school that's working really hard and making great strides just a short while ago. And what's it going to take for all these families to say, you know what, I'm going to send my kid to that school because I really like what Principal McCrae is doing there. I think that's tremendous, right? So anyway, I am also going to be supporting this, but I understand what's happening, and I will be in the back with Director Hinton and Director Harris saying, come on, y'all, what are you doing here? We'll be like waving at you. We'll have little signs. Let's go back to Director Harris. I see he wants to say one more thing.
Yeah, Director Yee, I know I told you I would support this, but I'm going to vote no. You got the votes. I respect the work and wanted to go forward. I'm gonna stress this one more time, and I'm gonna let it go. We are thinking about integration in a vacuum. So when I'm talking about what are we doing on the other side, you take a simple issue like Black and brown people. I got 4 schools in my district where Black people go to one school and Latinx people go to the school, and they're right next door to each other. And so as opposed to where in the enrollment pilot work, in the enrollment conversation, was the conversation at that school that says, we're going to do a better job of integrating our school. We're going to, where we have a school that just attracts Black people, we're going to work to make sure that brown people are also included in that. That too is integration. But when we're silent on that issue, when it doesn't show up as a part of the first pilots, then the priorities are clear, right? So I'm going to encourage you to keep thinking about this. I think we're thinking about it not the complete picture, and we're not seizing the true opportunity that we have just in that case to bring Black and brown people together. So again, I'm going to say, so for the 3 years that this pilot happens, are we going to continue to allow Black people and brown people to go to different schools and be in a silent war with one another? Or are we going to do some enrollment work or some pilot work that actually begins to treat that problem?
Let me just President London, I just wanted to say, I've been counting the number of times we use the word integration, and I think it came out to 23 times. And that is 22 times more than I ever heard it in the first 12 years that I was on the school board. And I think it's a commitment and a tribute to this board that we're actually finally putting that word in our mix about what we're going to grapple with in this coming year. The way you described it, the way each of the board members described the reservations is why we didn't define what integration means. That has to be a public discussion with people like yourself and others to basically say, this is what integration means. And so that's my commitment to you all, to that's the discussion we're gonna have in the coming year, in the coming years, I should say. And I thank you for your candid, this courageous conversation we've just had.
President London, can I drop just a couple of things? So to be really crystal clear, we're the language, define the language. Integration, are you talking about racial integration? Are you talking about socioeconomic? What integrate? Are you talking about integration of SPED? What are you talking about? You have to define your terms, because we'll all make assumptions about what the work is and who you're targeting. And number two is, I said 2 weeks ago, I really like if courageous conversations, the safety plan, PG, like Raquel Jimenez, like, what is the plan to support these veteran teachers, these communities that are shifting, these poor folks that you've asked to now travel distance to get a better education based on proximity? Like you got to hold them differently, right? And I see that there's affinity groups, but I just want to know from the superintendent and other people, like, how skilled are people around just kind of doing that work and holding it? And then there is a, Harvard integration group, and they do trainings, they do conferencing. So there's resources out here for us, I think, to kind of dig in. I sent the email. I don't ever expect people to thank me or acknowledge that they got the email. You got it. So my piece is, and this is somewhat connected, I'm not as articulate as Director Harris, but like, how do you measure? And I think that you need tools. And I think that there are people out there that are developing some tools. We should not be feeling like we're progressive Oakland and we can do it ourselves, right? Like, there's a body of work. And actually, I did talk to a parent at Chabot, who's in the Berkeley set, Deb McCoy, and I'm calling her out. But she, like, she's connected to folks as well that have tools and can help support us. So I just feel like, don't be experimental and random on my people. Just don't. Like, be thoughtful. Make sure they're. I ain't never heard anybody from like West Oakland that said they want to go to Chabot. Like, I kind of know, but I'm just saying, like, where are they even in this conversation? I think I've never seen that part, right? So who? I know a lot of people went to Kaiser, right? So we know that people will travel. So I'll just leave it at that. I'm supporting it, voting yes.
Superintendent, go ahead, Vice President Gonzalez, and then if the superintendent wanted to say anything, I was going to give her that opportunity.
Okay, I want to remind us we still have like a dozen items tonight, guys. So I'd like to call the question, and then I also just wanted to flag that there were some proposed changes. Like last time we had this conversation about including some protections that we would not over harvest from certain schools. And so I just wanted to include, just to make sure everyone knows that we have made those changes and that what we're adopting tonight, if it's adopted, does include those modifications.
It does.
Thank you. Superintendent, did you want to say anything? You're not required to. It's up to you.
For the sake of time, No, I mean, I agree with everything that everyone said, and even back to the community member. No, we don't have a comprehensive plan yet because this is a very complicated matter that far, exceeds just schools. Our schools are segregated because housing is segregated, our city is segregated, our nation is segregated. It's the same conversation if you go to New York public schools, Philly public schools, Detroit public schools, Los Angeles public schools. This is like the epitome of racism in our country. So the same way, I believe Bob said we wouldn't in 3 months try to undo 400 years of slavery in this country. It's the same conversation. So the first step, as Director Yee mentioned, is we have to have the conversation and surface, the issues. And then from there, try to figure out the best policies. And then we're going to make mistakes, take a step back, figure out what we need to do differently. I think to Director Hinton's point, nobody in this country really at a systems-wide level knows how to have these conversations. That's the first thing we're going to have to do with this new presidential transition. This is hard stuff, trying to figure out how you have it in a way to actually not just raise the issues, but actually evoke real change. I think part of it is defining integration, but the relationship, what I want to hear more of is the relationship to quality. That's what we're grappling with. And that's what the essence of the citywide plan is. It's not about closing schools for the sake of closing schools. It's about grappling with the issues of quality that run deep, really deep, generational deepness. So it's, do we believe having integrated schools is a good thing that goes to our mission and vision, having our kids thrive? It's not just for the sake of integration. That was the whole purpose of putting a working group together of thoughtful, teachers and principals and parents and community members who care deeply about this, being able to partner with people who study this, and being able to say, what can we do as one kind of slice of this pie? The school system, we're not going to be able to solve all of it, but what can be our part? But it's got to be anchored in our role, which is a quality education. So the work is just beginning, and I'm, looking forward to being a part of the conversation. So I did lie. Sorry, I did say something, but I'm done now.
We always enjoy hearing your wisdom, Superintendent.
So glad you said something. Thank you very much.
All right, let's call the roll, please.
On the roll call to adopt the matters as stated, Student Director Powell, Student Director Ramos, Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Harris,
No.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes,
The motion is adopted.
thank you. We're going to move now to item S5. This is Board Policy 7351, facilities. This is being brought forward by Director Hinton. Did you want to add anything? I recognize that the resolution has been modified since last time, so I was wondering if you wanted to say anything about that. And we also need a motion.
Yes. I would love a motion for my colleagues.
I'll make a motion.
Moved by Director Torres, second by Director Yee.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Director Hinton.
Thanks so much. I feel like in the editing process, some very clear language and intention around an asset management plan was left out, right? Like, I think it was like, a management plan will be done or something, a plan will be done. And so I tried to just only change the language to be very, very clear that that's the first step. I believe that we have the talent and the expertise on board. As a board, we brought on board DCG, not CDG, DCG. Landis Grandin and I know Lauren Jennings drove the 7-Eleven work. I'm calling them out, right? So that we can be really clear that this is not work that not that we don't have brilliance inside of our own team, but this is not the work that they do. And so we spent resources. We are spending resources. We spent a vote to ensure that they would do it. And from my understanding, staff is even looking at, they said, oh, we should do an asset management plan after having done multiple years of facilities master plans that don't tell us anything about the value of our land, don't help us move towards a place of leveraging any of that. And so an asset management plan is like first and foremost. And so I put that language back in, President London. So that is the one adjustment. The other thing I wanted to be really clear about, and this is an equity piece, and I think I got a little triggered on a political side about Prop 16 not passing, which would allow us to kind of name female businesses, right? It would allow us to name contractors. And so there is opportunity and waivers within state law and legislation to allow us to not just do a competitive bidding, but also think about what are the kind of special projects that we may want to enter into. What are the partnerships we may want to enter into? The things that come up for me that are personal to me and my own self-interest are in District 3. I have a couple of schools, Street Academy, for example, that wants to kind of expand, do housing, wants to do a clinic, wants to do a path. They are already a pathway around education. They want to do a childcare center. And so what does it look like for them as a contract school that is a nonprofit that has a 40-year history to say to the school district, hey, we want to be in a process with you to develop land, develop housing for our transitional youth, right? So that is the only other, so to speak, change in the language. I think that I just tried to create more clarity. I took out, there was a piece I think that might have said that it was only for non-management staff. I would probably contend that anyone making even $100,000 to $125,000 inside of the school district is not necessarily, able to, pay that $300,000 extra cash for a piece of property, because that is often what has happened, right? Like the great late Tim White. I remember when he was in his family was trying to get back into Oakland and purchase, right? Like that struggle is real for folks, even at middle income or higher upper middle class folks was inside of Oakland. So again, this is a proposal around the least amongst us, and also those that have opportunity and that we can actually build opportunity. The assessment plan should tell us the best practice, the best use of land. And so for staff's concern of like, we need to do a study before we do policy, this is urgent work. We have thousands of students that we are kind of trying to cater to right now that don't have housing. And so I think that we need to be really mindful of like, this is not a process where we build tomorrow, right? Like this is a process where we build in 3 to 5 years. And we've already had threats from, on a political side, I'm going to name it, right? On the political side, we've had threats where people have said that the work that we've done as a board is going to be challenged, right? And so I want us to be really grounded in like why we are doing this for the public good. And then and to that end, it's like I think diverse type of housing that we should be doing. And then the second piece, and I probably should start here, but it probably would make me sound too much like a capitalist. On a pragmatic level, we have a structural deficit. I've lived with a structural deficit for 12 years inside of the school district. And I don't care how many people gaslight and tell you and make it seem as though something egregious is going on inside this district and we have enough money. We have a structural deficit, and this board will make some decisions about making a cut. And so it does not make sense to me that we are not leveraging our resources and our assets. It doesn't mean that we have to sell anything. It doesn't mean that we'll get screwed by developers. What it means is that we should be thoughtful and mindful, have the right expertise next to us, helping us to figure out how to leverage it. In Mountain View, in Hayward, in Santa Clara, in San Francisco, They sit down with experts. The superintendent does that work. The facilities director, the CBO sits down and does that work and projects what is it that we need to bring in terms of generated revenue. And so we have the capacity and the ability and the brilliance to be able to do that work. And that is all this policy is calling on us to do. There is it does call for immediate urgent work by March of 2021. At that point, the staff will be directing and leaning into a new staff, new board members around where we go from there to look at what is the highest and best use. So
we do have many items on the agenda tonight, so I'd like to be able to continue the discussion on this.
I'm actually kind of finished with that. I wish I kind of started with the generating revenue piece of it, and being able to interrupt a structural deficit in some kind of way around leveraging our resources. And again, I keep wanting to emphasize expertise. We bring expertise on, and I hope you received letters from Supervisor Nate Miley. I hope you received letters from Supervisor Keith Carson. I hope that you received letters from Black developers. So the misnomer that every developer
I did.
From us. I hope that you get a sense of that, and in particular, the state of Black education in Oakland, and even folks who work inside of our district, and the Honorable Tony Cook, who is on our school board. So, a faith-based organization. So this is, I think, a well-supported coalition of work, and I would hope and beg for a unanimous vote by this board to support that we might do this work into the future.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Direct Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you. So I think I mentioned last time that, I'm okay with the aspects of this that, are about figuring out how we can better utilize our assets given the vast housing crisis in Oakland. However, it occurred to me that we have a lot on our plate already. Getting kids back to school safely, getting staff back on campuses safely, the safety plan and making sure that work goes well, that we, figure out how we're going to provide alternative, services to keep students and staff safe. The budget reductions that we're going to have to make this year due to the state budget, onboarding 4 new board members successfully. These are all things that are already on the plate for this year and on the work plan. And so I'm just proposing a very minor amendment to this legislation that would allow the work to go forward, but that would keep us on pace for our work plan for this year, the things we've already committed to doing, which is to the second, therefore be it resolved clause on number 6, on that second, therefore be it resolved clause, simply replace the word develop with explore. So it would read, instead of reading immediately develop modular portable housing options for unsheltered youth, accompanied minors, and newcomers for the 2021 school year, I would say immediately explore modular and portable housing options for unsheltered youth, unaccompanied minors, and newcomers for the 2021 school year. I shared that language with General Counsel Daniel, so I don't know if he wants to project it just so folks could actually see what it looks like, but it's a one-word change. And hopefully there's a second for my amendment so that we can stick to our work plan for this year.
Has there been a motion?
She's making a motion to amend, and I see a second from Director Yee. Director Yee, you're on mute.
Sorry, I lost in the motion.
Yeah, the motion is to the second whereas clause on item number 6 on that second.
No. Who did the first motion and the second? I'm sorry.
So I'm proposing an amendment, and Gary.
The motion was made by the original motion. This item was moved by Director Yee and seconded by Director Torres.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Just the opposite.
That's the opposite.
Oh, wait, it was moved by Director Torres and seconded by Director Yee.
And I'll let you finish, General Counsel or whoever wants. But absolutely, I actually talked, I think, to General Counsel myself around that. Like, it felt like that people were not going to feel have the capacity to kind of do that work. So what I will let you know is that we actually have folks around us that are doing that work currently within Hayward, also in San Francisco. But for me, the shall is it's perfect. We don't have to debate it or go back and forth. I understand people's inability to kind of like take on the vastness of this work. There's a great urgency. I would just say that, but shall is shall. Let's shall explore. Let's explore it, and I think community will support you in building capacity.
Okay, so it looks like the amendment has been accepted. Can we call the question, please?
On the motion to adopt, as modified, Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes.
The motion is adopted as modified.
Thank you, colleagues. At this point, I need a motion to extend the meeting to 1 a.m. I'm just being realistic, and maybe we'll be.
And I'm not even sure if that's going to do it, but I'll move to extend the meeting to 1 a.m.
There's a second. I will second. Can we call the roll, please?
On the motion to extend the meeting to 1 a.m., Director Harris.
Oh, sir.
He always does that.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
No, sir.
No, okay. All right. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
No.
Director Torres. Director Torres?
We got an 8 a.m. facilities meeting, so no.
Oh, that's right.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We will continue on. Because I just want to note that we, for many years, have had this custom where we have one meeting only in November and one in December. And part of the reason this meeting is going so late is that we're cramming all the business of what would normally be in two business meetings into one meeting. And so the same thing is going to happen next month. And my advice to the next board, which I will not be serving on, is to think about how you want to schedule your meetings in November and December, because this always happens. We're going to go now.
President London, maybe you could limit our comments even to 1 minute to shorten everything.
I would be happy to, Director Torres, but so far very few of us have stuck to the clock when I've given us 2 minutes. So, if you think you can, happy to. You heard that, staff? 1 minute for all the board members for the rest of the night. Item S6, 201854. This is a memorandum of understanding between the district and the OEA. Final approval. Is there a motion to approve?
Adoption.
Oh, second. I'll second.
Moved by Vice President Gonzalez, seconded by Director Hinton. Is there do we need any presentation here? I don't think so. Can we call the roll, please?
On the roll call to adopt S.-6, better known as 20-1854, Director Ng. Director Ng.
I think she stepped away.
Okay. Director Yee.
Yes. Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. We're now at item T, new business. As is directed in our recently amended board meeting bylaw, at this point, we will take public comment on all items in new business. There are many. There are 8 items in new business. If you want to offer comment on any of the new business items, that's the citywide plan, the strategic plan, look at the general fund, some challenges there, some side letters with SEIU and AFSCME, living schoolyards, and an emergency construction contract, and some credentialing things. All of those things Now is the time to raise your hand and we will have public comment on all the items in new business. Ms. Floyd, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, we do. So far, we have 2 speakers.
Okay, let's go
First-
ahead.
Our first speaker is Tracy Gordon.
Wait, I will give the speakers 2 minutes, but the board members are only getting 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Tracy. I'm a former Kaiser parent, member of Oakland Not for Sale, and I just wanted to comment on this pilot that you have with the Chabot Elementary School. And, you know, getting back to the issue of quality schools, you had a quality school up the street, Kaiser Elementary. That was a quality school, 60% children of color, closing the achievement gaps between Black and white kids for 60 years. So don't say that, you know, you're trying to invite children from across Oakland to go to Chabot now when you had the school up the street. You closed the school, and now the children who live in that wealthy neighborhood are now assigned to a more wealthier school, Chabot Elementary, that is predominantly white. So now those kids had the diversity, and now they're lacking the diversity at Chabot. And you have to look at, why will children from across the city, like me, I brought my kids from East Oakland to Kaiser because I felt welcomed. How many people are going to feel welcome at Chabot Elementary that last school year, when the school was open, had 2 nooses on the gate? There was actually a noose. It was being investigated. Did you ever figure out who put the noose on Chabot's gate? No, you didn't figure it out. So why would I, as a parent from East Oakland, want to bring my child to a predominantly white school like Chabot? These things are happening and no one's even figuring, and not even mentioning what happened. Who put the noose there? I don't feel welcomed. I wouldn't feel welcome at a school like Chabot. When you closed Kaiser for no apparent reason and voted it out of existence, and now you want to talk about quality schools, you are contributing to this issue of segregation in Oakland. This is your doing. And now you're trying to fix it with this pilot to try and, you know, desegregate Chabot. This is your doing.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Melvin Phillips.
Good evening, Superintendent and Board of Directors. Truly, it's an honor once again to be on this Zoom. I see on the agenda we do have this letter for SEIU that we presented at least about a month and a half, maybe even 2 months ago, and we're just now really getting around to it. Again, it's something that we need to have in place before, you know, schools be open, because even though we know that there's no time soon that is going to happen, but yet and still we need to get things in order so that my members would know that that the side letter has been approved by the board, and we can move forward from there. Again, as I said, I want to make sure everything is in order and the safety protocols are in place. And, you know, because we really need this, because our schools are having trouble even with the outside environment. We know that there are some of our schools that are around homeless camps, and you know, the different diseases and viruses that come from them. Are we dealing with those individuals out there with the city of Oakland to make sure that the campus is clear on the outside and the inside? You know, this COVID is one thing, but we still have to remember that the outside environment around our school can have a big impact on our members and our students coming back to school. So that's another thing that I think that the district should also look into. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Do we have more comments, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, we do. Our next speaker is Angelica Honko.
Good evening, everyone. This is Angelica Honko. I'm an OUSD parent. I'm also with Public Advocates. There's so many things to comment on, and I'm still adjusting to this new format for giving board comments. I think overall, I'm getting caught up after this election season on I wanted to speak to just kind of the many streams of important strategic work that are moving between the safety plan, and there's about to be an update on the strategic plan. And I wanted to, and the citywide plan, and ask how all these different efforts align and are not siloed or fragmented. And as somebody who has been coming to these board meetings for 6 years, talking about the central role of the LCAP and the Local Control Accountability Plan and co-creation with stakeholders, students, and families around that plan, I really would like to understand kind of how the strategic plan and these other plans are going to be kind of reflected and incorporated into the LCAP planning process, and the committees of parents and students that serve and advise on the LCAP, how they are being incorporated. In particular with the strategic plan, the timing for the engagement has been really tough with the election, it falling in between the election. And so I just really want to make sure that there will still be the effort to engage folks in the LCAP and to treat the LCAP as a comprehensive plan that will kind of draw together these different streams of work, important streams of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, T1, the citywide plan, is supposed to address quality, sustainability, and equity within the district. You can't have equity or quality when most of the items that you deal with in this school district has a preference or priority component. You do things like Midwest. You decided to prioritize their needs. The Fruitville Elementary School, you decided to prioritize their needs. You pick certain schools to have the ability to go all in on what they need, and others don't get the same treatment. That's not equity. Also, because of the failure of Proposition 16, you're not supposed to have any kind of preferencing around race, sex, or gender. I'm sorry. And then you have it going on, but you just can't do it. And my concern is with Black children. And in your plan, how will Black children be able to get what they need to eliminate the disproportionate amount of failure that they're experiencing? You demonstrated last meeting when the OEA brought up the Black sanctuary, Black reparations proposal. You just threw it under the carpet. You don't want to deal with it. You don't want to deal with Black children's issues, but you throw in whenever you can unaccompanied minors. You'll throw in whenever you can the newcomers, but you never ever put on the pedestal to look at what's going on with Black children. The strategic plan won't have anything for Black children as well. T2, but I'll continue to bring it up.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Van Cedric Williams.
Mr. Williams, we'd love to hear from you.
Ms. Williams, if you're talking, you're on mute.
Why don't we come back to Mr. Williams, Ms. Floyd?
Our next speaker is Carol Delton.
Good evening again, everyone. I want to talk to, I think it's T1, 2, and 3. To echo, first of all, Ms. Honko's concern that with all of these plans that they be aligned. And I also have to say that I do wonder if all of these plans are truly necessary. and what it might be to have fewer plans. Um, in planning for schools in general, I think there could be less of a bright line between a quote unquote choice school and a quote unquote neighborhood school. And not all districts have that line as clearly drawn as OUSD has, and I think it should be considered as something going forward. On the positive side, I'm very glad that finally the budget solutions are being brought forward. I think there could be more of them. I think there could be some creative thought, for example, regarding the Community Day program, whether OUSD considers, because its program has shrunk, sending OUSD students to the county school, or perhaps inviting the county to consolidate the program at the OUSD site. And in either case, it could be financially beneficial to OUSD. I also think that when it comes to the citywide plan, the language about finding other budget reductions should be changed, because there could be more revenue. There could be other types of budget solutions, and cutting is not always the answer.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is David Castillo.
Hi, good evening, Board and Superintendent. David Castillo, OUSD parent, Oakland Education Advocate. My comments are brief, but they speak directly to the upcoming presentation on the citywide plan. If you consider the city of Oakland, for every 4 children in the city, 2 attend a district school, 1 attends a charter school, and 1 attends a private school or another district. So when we're considering a citywide plan around schools and improving quality, I want to make sure that we're all aware that unless we take all 4 children into consideration, and the schools and the choices that their families make into consideration, the citywide plan is not a true citywide plan. So I want to make sure and push and advocate for considering 100% of our children, and hope that they are incorporated into the citywide plan going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
I'm going to go back to Van Cedric Williams. He needs to unmute himself, President London.
Mr. Williams, can you unmute yourself? You need to click that unmute button, please, or *6 on your phone. We're still not hearing you, sir. We're not hearing Mr. Williams. I'm very sorry, because I did want to hear what he had to say this evening. But we're going to have to move on. Are there additional speakers?
That was the last speaker.
Okay, then we're going to go to item T1, 20-2146. This is the first reading on the citywide plan. I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Johnson Trammell. Thank you.
Actually, President London, since this is coming from me and Directors Eng and Yi, we're gonna present, and then staff.
That's fine.
With anything that we might have missed or anything that they would like to add.
Great.
So first, I just want to start by thanking Director Harris several years ago for having the vision to realize that all of these work was happening in different areas, and that we really needed to have sort of a more comprehensive approach. I did not vote with the rest of the board, or most of the rest of the board, because of my concerns about the fact that we cannot, as Mr. Castillo just said, we have very limited influence over what families are doing when they're sending their children to charter schools or private schools, and have had very extreme difficulty getting charters to really pull their weight around serving highest needs students in the city. But, over time, what has become clear to me is that, so to me, I have two big concerns about what's going on in Oakland. One is I want to be able to draw families back to OUSD. And that is why it's really important to me that any work around the citywide plan is really focused on quality, developing quality options that will bring families back, or expanding quality options where we have them. And then the other is really around teacher retention and leadership development, so that we always have a pipeline of leaders that are coming up through our system, so that we never have to be in a situation where we don't have a good principal for a school, or where we don't have an obvious choice for superintendent. God forbid, we have a vacancy there. And so anyways, all that to say is that for me, what the citywide plan is really about is making sure that every school has an option that families feel comfortable sending their children to. I'm really proud of some of the changes we've made so far. As you all know, I haven't voted on every single option that's been presented by staff. But the ones that we have made in District 6, I feel like have been really good moves for quality. The expansion of CCPA, the merger of Hughes and Futures you heard tonight. So now all the kids on that campus are going to have a really strong leader that has been able to really get good results, improved results. And Ms. Olugbala, you're right, we're not where we need to be at that school, but we have made significant progress in the last couple of years. So I think that's going to be good. I also think that the merger of Frick and Oakland Soul is going to really benefit our students there. And also the expansion of Melrose Leadership Academy. So I know there's other changes that we have made to expand access, like at West and at Elmhurst and Alliance. So I think in general, we've made really good moves for quality. And basically what this resolution is about the board's intention to continue this work, because we still have so much left to do to improve quality in our city. And it addresses some of the other aspects of the citywide plan as well, right? Generating revenue from facilities, operating more, better resourced and more financially sustainable schools, and the enrollment work that we were already talking about tonight, which is all of that is going to continue. But basically what this is affirming our commitment to the citywide plan, directing the superintendent to continue that work, and just affirming that the county is expecting us to continue to make changes for quality and sustainability purposes. And that if we decide not to support changes that are forthcoming from the superintendent, then we need to identify where are we going to make other budget adjustments so that we can live within our means, continue to live within our means as a district. So I'll leave it there. I know we've got a lot more agenda items tonight. I'll ask if Director Ng or Director Yee, as my co-sponsors here, would like to say anything, and then Superintendent or any of her team that would like to add anything are certainly welcome to do so.
Thank you. Director Ng or Director Yee? Go ahead, Director Yee.
Thank you, and thank you for the summary, Vice President Gonzalez. While Vice President Gonzalez talked about quality, the different side of that, the second side of that is fiscal sustainability, and they both tie together really importantly, because one without the other, it doesn't matter if we're fiscally sustainable and we have only terrible schools. On the other hand, we can't sustain quality school. If we can't sustain quality schools, then by definition, they can't be quality. So I think that holding both of those as part of the citywide plan is a really wonderful work. It just occurred to me, because we passed the housing resolution, that we may have to add a little bit in there somewhere, I would say, as part of our asset management of facilities development, just so we don't lose track of it. It doesn't have to be, but that's something to consider. And the rest of it, I think, is just a terrific affirmation of the momentum that we've already succeeded, and the responsibility of this board to actually look back on its work and say, yeah, this is the body of work. And so to the extent that it is that for Director Torres, Director Hodge, Director London, and Director Harris, you know, I think it's a great review of the work that's been accomplished, and the communities, I should say, and the staff's work together.
Thank you. Director Ng, did you want to add anything?
I don't have anything more to add at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, is there any discussion or further, or can we call the question?
Well,
It's a first read, so, okay.
I am interested though, President London, if the superintendent would like to add anything to what I shared.
I was planning on it, but Director Gonzalez, you covered everything so thoroughly that I echo the rationale and the why that you shared. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this is a first read, colleagues, so we will not be voting tonight, but I think that the resolution speaks for itself. It's very strong. I appreciate the leadership from Vice President Gonzalez and Director Ng and Director Yee, and we'll take it up again on the 9th unless there's anything further. Okay, making progress. Item T2. This is an update on the district strategic plan, and this probably is coming from the superintendent.
You are correct, Board President London. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, everyone, once again. I'd like to take this opportunity to provide a brief update on the collective feedback we have received to guide the next stages of the planning process for our next strategic plan. Next slide, please. In the midst of a pandemic, many have asked, why now? There is already so much going on. And while there is so much that we are all grappling with as this pandemic continues to unravel the fabric of our daily lives, now is the right time, an opportunity, quite frankly, that we cannot miss, even in the eye of the storm, to reimagine the future for our students and families, our schools, our district, and ultimately our city. Real talk. These deep inequities we are grappling with right now have always been present in our communities long before COVID-19 showed up at our front doorsteps. The pandemic has only pulled back the curtain to bring truth to light. So now the opportunity stands before us like never before to come together and work together as a city to disrupt and eliminate these deep inequities that have plagued, in particular, our Black, Brown, and immigrant communities. The creation of this strategic plan will serve as a living roadmap to guide our collective work, set clear expectations for the work ahead, and foster transparency and accountability from the classroom to the boardroom. Ultimately, this is a call to action because a thriving future is impossible without all of us fully engaged in this work. Our collective efforts now, both new and continued among community members throughout Oakland, will come to define the next generation of our schools and indeed the next generation of Oakland. Next slide, please. Very briefly, I'd like to share early conversations that shape the direction of the strategic planning process. A little later on, my Chief of Staff, Curtis Saricki, will provide an overview of planning and engagement that has occurred over the last 3 to 4 months. So starting in June, we held a board retreat to share our overall approach regarding the planning process and received initial feedback. Key themes that emerged from the June retreat included: explain how this plan connects to other plans that we currently have as a district. And you heard a lot of that emerge in some of the comments and feedback from the community tonight. Invest the time to authentically engage, gather feedback, and foster relationships with the community. And finally, continue the focus around literacy as well as college and career readiness, as strategic areas over the next 3 years. Since the June retreat, the current board has also shared with me the importance of making sure new board members play a key role in the planning process. So I am bringing you tonight an updated timeline. Next slide, please. We know the work of preparing our youth for college, career, and community success is not only the work of the school system, but the city at large. This notion is deeply embedded in our mission as the school district. At the end of the day, the creation of this plan should be a call to mobilize because our students need champions across the city who will advance the work of the strategic plan. And again, when we get to the end of the planning process, part of the conversations should surface how all of the plans, the citywide plan, the LCAP, let's not forget now we have the learning continuity and attendance plan because of COVID, our work plans. That's what the conversations should illuminate, is the community helping to inform us of the through lines, how we can be more coherent and ultimately focused so that we can accelerate achievement for our students. So that is something that should be an integral part, and that's what we're looking for our folks within the district and the community to tell us really, we've heard a lot, just giving you a little example of, well, we focused on literacy for so many years, so why would that continue to be a strategic focused area? Because there's still more work that we need to do to ensure that our students are actually fully literate in every sense of the word when they actually leave our district. And so the question is for us to really interrogate what is the do different, specifically thinking about what we need to do different to serve our Black students, our Brown students, and our immigrant students. So that is what we're hoping will come out of the conversations, that it is our students, the people that we're serving, that are going to be communicating what we need to do differently to move the needle for our students and improve the quality of our schools. So that is really the next stage of this work. We've kind of set some stakes in the ground in terms of some strategic goal areas, and we're hoping in the next stage that we are going to get feedback to help inform and give more shape to these strategic goals and help to show the connections between some of the work that we've done in the past, bringing up the safety plan as new work that's emerging and how that is part of us helping to improve the experience for our students in our schools. So I will ask our Chief of Staff, Curtis Sawicki, who is going to take us through some of the examples of the feedback that has come up in the last 3 to 4 months, and then what the next stage of the planning process is going to look like. Curtis.
Thank you, Superintendent. We can go to the next slide. This is just to bring us back. We've shared this previously, that we were using this Thriving Students, Thriving Schools, Thriving District as an organizing framework for the strategic plan, really with the idea that Oakland thrives when its students thrive when their schools thrive, and schools thrive when their district and city thrives. We can go to the next slide. And taking these themes, these were the 6 big strategic actions or goals that we brought out to the community to really get feedback around. And again, I just wanted to reiterate something that the superintendent mentioned, is that these are not necessarily new, but they are still ongoing work that we believe will move the district closer to accomplishing our mission and vision. And we know that the district can't do this on our own. And so back to this idea of this plan really being a call to mobilize community around these big goals, and really, again, galvanizing the collective energy of the city to prepare all of our kids for college, career, and community readiness. We can go to the next slide, please. So we did, under COVID conditions, went out with this notion around the framework, around these big goal areas, and really got input from a variety of community partners. In your appendix, you can actually see a full list of all of the engagements that were done. We did 3 regions with you, board members, so thank you, reaching 60 participants. We partnered with community organizations, 10 different organizations led engagement sessions reaching about 450 community members. We've had 3 engagements so far reaching 140 participants with staff and students. And the website is also capturing ongoing feedback. We've had around 140 folks chime in and provide their feedback and thoughts through the website as well. Please do see the list of all the partners that we worked with. You can go to the next slide, please. The feedback that we heard was resoundingly around these top 4 from the 6, with definitely the literacy and the increase in employee retention and diversity as the top 2 consistently across all of those various engagements. One of the key areas that also surfaced was the need for us to get more details on the how for each goal. As the superintendent mentioned, what's to do different this time? We also can't ignore that we'll be living with the pandemic and its consequences for some time, and we need to account for that in the plan as well. And that we continue to use the framework of targeted universalism and see the success of Black students as the path to all students thriving. And lastly, we want to ensure that we continue to partner with students, family, and community, and the new school board members and the full new school board as a part of this process. And you can see some of the key ideas that also surfaced on the right column as well. That was some of the key feedback. And please ignore the red at the top. That was from a previous deck. You're not missing, there's nothing in lieu of anything else in the slide deck. This is what was intended to be here. We can go to the next slide. So the superintendent walked you through the timeline a little bit earlier in one version. We're here given the update in November, and the plan at this point is December through March is to really take that deeper dive around, like, one, between now and December is to really continue to fine tune and think about what are going to be the big goals. I mean, we clearly see literacy and the importance of retaining our great educators and diversifying the pipeline for our educators and staff being the top 2. So we really want, we can't boil the ocean. And so we certainly want to be able to bring focus to the plan and over the next few years. So the idea is to narrow down, and then early in the new year to really take a deep dive with students, families, community partners to really build out these goal areas, to really look at, what have we done in the past, what worked, what didn't, what's some of the latest research around some of the areas that we're trying to grapple with. What would a 3-year sequence look like? What are going to be some of the targets we want to reach, to really start to build out what those will look like in terms of it being a full-fledged plan that will truly get us to improved outcomes in each of the areas that we select. And then with the goal of next spring of bringing the strategic plan back to the board for final adoption. And with that, I will hand it back over to the superintendent to wrap up the final slide for the presentation.
Thank you, Curtis. Just once again, just want to express my gratitude to all of the community partners, folks across the organization who just helped us to develop a framework for, where to begin to narrow the conversation. Folks who just really shared the need to really narrow in on, why haven't we been able to move the needle the way that we intend to for our students, and specifically thinking about what is it that we need to change, right, as an organization, our mindset, our practices, our capacities to really realize our mission and vision, specifically for our Black, Brown, and immigrant students. That really needs to be the focal point of our conversation so that our strategies, our investments, and our partnerships are centered around that. So really looking forward to the next stage of the conversations and appreciate all of the work that has gone on to get us to this point. So that concludes just our update for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, are there any, do you have any feedback from the superintendent? This is not a voting item. I think this is just an informational update. So Director Ng, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the update. Thank you for the work. I appreciate the extended timeline. I think while I like the spirit of wanting to kind of tackle this sooner than later, I think the original timeline was pretty challenging, just given the focus on election, and I know the capacity of some of our partner organizations also to be able to host, and I myself also didn't have capacity to host as well. So I appreciate the extended timeline to be able to continue to get engagement. I guess my question is or my feedback is around the I don't have the three areas aren't on there anymore, but it seemed like a lot of the groups, and maybe it's because of the RFI were with the community partners and with the students, which I think are great, but with the focus on employer housing, it seems like we needed to do more school site engagements around feedback for some underlying issues around staff retention. And so I wonder if there are, I know that there's the survey, the staff retention survey, et cetera, but I wonder if there's an opportunity to do deeper dives paired with some of the HR surveys. But it seems like that when I saw the stakeholder list, that was a group that certainly seems like we should be doing some deeper dives with. And I had another point, but it is lost and I'm out of time. So I will leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I don't see any additional comment, so we can move on. The next item, I believe, is going to be coming to us from the Budget and Finance Committee. This is item T3 20-2043. And I'm going to turn it over to Director Harris, who's the chair of our Budget and Finance Committee.
Oh, thank you for that. I don't really have much to add. The presentation is attached. We had a chance to get just an update from Ms. Grant Dawson, our CBO, Chief Business Officer, about the resolution that was passed last year. And you see it outlined here in the agenda. We looked at some of the revenue generating possibilities and forwarded it for your consideration. And the ask was that the board get this update by this time, I think last year, I forget. Director Ng might know the exact time that the request was made. So we forwarded it to you for your consideration, and just had a couple of ads that you continue to do the work and get updated on the work. And Ms. Grant Dawson suggested that after the new year, she might have some further updates. But we encouraged coordination of bell schedules. Is that something we could move on quickly? Continued looking into Saturday schools and increase free and reduced lunch participation. You'll be happy to know that participation is up because of the pandemic. And we also asked to add a category for additional opportunities. So other things that may come up. And Ms. Grant Dawson is also exploring some other opportunities, as well as gathering data to get you more details. Vice President Gonzalez and Director Ng, have I missed anything that we were supposed to share? Or if Ms. Grant Dawson, or if you're out there, have I missed anything?
I would just share, Director Harris, that something that had been happening that was positive was facilities revenue from facilities rentals, which is not happening, obviously, because facilities are closed. So that's unfortunate, but we are seeing energy savings, even though it hasn't been through any sort of systematic plan, simply because campuses are closed down. Most campuses are, the lights are off and the water's off and all that stuff. So, so those are just a couple things that, we have seen some movement on, but not because of anything intentional. And I would just offer, Superintendent, that everything kind of came to a grinding halt. I know Ms. Grant Dawson doesn't like that term, but that's my perception of what happened because of the pandemic. But I just want to suggest to you that Saturday school can be done online. I don't see why we shouldn't be moving ahead with that. So I would propose that of all of these ideas, that is the one that I believe in January we could start doing full speed ahead. I know that CCPA and some schools were ready to go before all this happened. And so I would go back to them and say, hey, you guys still want to do this? Let's do it. A way for kids to do credit recovery, for us to make up some of that attendance loss, revenue loss, et cetera.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dr. Ng.
Thank you. The only thing I would add was that so we adopted this in March of this year, which seems like forever ago now, when we were exploring options for reductions, and we were not at a point where we could vote on these as reductions for the 2021 year, but we wanted to continue to explore these options for 21, 22 and beyond. And I will note that a couple of the other options, which are interesting, have been folded into ongoing conversations. So of course, there was the exploration of a safety plan and school police. Of course, that took on a different path given circumstances. And then the other one was what Ms. Dalton mentioned in public comments around community day school and exploring whether or not it makes sense to continue operating that program in the same fashion. And so I believe that conversation is now going to be folded into the alternative school vision that was outlined in the citywide plan, and is also related to some other conversations around alternative schools and our citywide vision for that. But I know for myself, I'm definitely interested still in analyzing and considering whether or not, given all the alternative school programming we have, if it continues to make sense to operate that program in the same fashion and same location. So I just wanted to lift that as an ongoing conversation as well.
Thank you, Director Ng. Anybody else? Ms. Dawson, did you want to say anything? It's nice to see you.
Good to see you also. No, Director Harris did such an excellent job, as did Director Gonzalez. And grinding halt's okay. We're good. It's continuing to churn somewhere else, just not right here, right? But no, we will continue to list those items on the list of options. And so that's what we talked about continuing that. And then as we can incorporate different things, we talked about areas that require negotiations with Saturday school and how we're going to re-enter. And so all of those things are definitely connected. So as we can, we will continue to present those forward. So they're not lost, but just in some places in a holding pattern.
I would just note on the item around reducing, on the item around reducing energy costs, the sustainable, the climate emergency mobilization resolution that we adopted at our last meeting has some pretty innovative items in there, particularly around potentially setting up a revolving fund so that if sites did save money, that some of the money would go back to the school for investments and other things that might create some more incentives to do that. And I continue to believe that harnessing students, getting them involved in like resource teams to figure out where do we have leaky faucets and where are people leaving the lights on and stuff when kids go back to school would actually help save a lot of money. My personal recommendation is that every school has an old-fashioned suggestion box where the kids can go up and say, that toilet is running all the time in the bathroom over by the third grade classroom or whatever it is. because I go, anyhow, I could go on and on about that, but I do really encourage you to, and that's another way to integrate the curriculum with the business side. So that's my suggestion there. Anybody else have anything to add here? Director Hinton.
So, yeah, I mean, I definitely support things like the Saturday schools, etc. I mean, I want to be mindful that we just passed 735-1 around, you know, and again, we started out with the public good and the public trust of the land and supporting, you know, our workforce to be safely housed and our unsheltered students. But there's real opportunity here to set some kind of fiscal goals around revenue generation. It's 3 to 5 years out. That is true. And yet I think that, you know, there should be serious projections made around that. And then we know that there's the 7-Eleven work that's happening right now. And so to the extent that staff is willing to, one, partner with experts, and then two, partner, I think, with the county and with the city, you know, again, specifically around the housing piece, there's really great kind of opportunity. I mean, be it future bonds or, you know, there's a current bond that's out right now. And this is, again, it's not a one-off. I mean, if our children and if our students and our teachers, our educators, custodians, and everyone, if they're actually stable, then I think that we can see like a lot of growth inside of our school district. And I didn't agree to the 1 minute either, so, and nor did I see a clock. President London. Thanks.
My point was that we need the clock back, please. Can we continue? Anybody else? Okay, we're going to move on then. Thank you very much, Ms. Grant Dawson and Budget and Finance Committee. The next item, T4, is a side letter of agreement between the district and SEIU around the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. Is there a motion to approve?
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Gonzalez, second by Director Torres. I want to really thank SEIU for their partnership and working with us on this. We really appreciate the union's commitment to our students and making sure that they have the best opportunities available to them and that we're able to do it in a way that keeps our workers safe as well. Superintendent, is there anything that we need to add here?
Other than just expressing appreciations, I think that's the most important piece. Thank you, Board President.
Great. Can we call the roll, please?
To adopt T.-4, Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Next up, we have item T5, 202145. This is a side letter of agreement between the district and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, again, on the impacts of COVID-19 and how we can make sure that when we are able to return students to schools, we do it in a way that's safe for students and for members of AFSCME. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Hinton, second by Vice President Gonzalez. And we again really want to express our thanks to AFSCME for their partnership and their commitment to our students. We really, really appreciate it. Are there any further comments or questions? Let's call the roll, please.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President Lund.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. The next item, T6202148. This is an update on the implementation of our living schoolyards policy. And it's not a voting item, it's just an update. I'm not sure if we're going to go through Mr. Nakagawa. I know that our partners from the Trust for Public Land are here to make the presentation. I thought they were here. They told me they were coming.
My apologies, Madam President. Let me see if I can see if they need to be promoted. Give me 1 minute.
Sure. Actually, I don't see them on the line.
President Leonard, do you want to talk about just like how this work, where it came from, and
Yeah,
how
so this project came to us. The Trust for Public Land went out and acquired, they got some grants from the state's cap and trade program, their climate investment fund. And they said, you know, we have these schools in Oakland that are located in communities that are disproportionately impacted by pollution. And we think they're good candidates to tear up the asphalt and put in a more natural based schoolyard. And we've all seen the videos around this, and the reaction from students is extremely positive. I think, and I see Mr. Nakagawa here, so I think he's going to talk us through this. But I think that to date, the match is in the neighborhood of $2.5 or $3 million, and I know they've got applications pending for additional grants. So do you want to run us through this, Mr. Nakagawa, and I'll stop chattering?
So I actually wasn't prepared to. I was planning just to introduce them, but Trudy says she's trying to get on.
Mr.
the Zoom.
Nakagawa, Ms.
Yes.
Garber is on.
Okay, great. So
Mr. Christopher, were you able to
yeah.
unmute at this point?
Great. All right.
And turn on your video? She's now a panelist. I'm going to see if I can. See if I can. Okay, there's her video.
Hi.
Ms. Garber, is anyone
Sorry.
else from
Right at 11.
TPL joining you, or is it just you tonight?
It's just me today. Yes,
Okay.
tonight. Thanks for the. Sorry, I'm just joining. Shall I begin? Did Tadashi want to say anything?
No, we are more than ready for you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Apologies.
Keep it short. That would be great.
Okay. I'm Trudy. I'm here to give a quick update about the living schoolyards. And before I start, I just want to thank the board, especially Jody and Shanti, for their leadership and support on top of everything you've done, on top of everything you're dealing with. You've done an incredible job of moving this forward. So next slide. Most schoolyards are primarily asphalt, and the Trust for Public Land is working in partnership with OUSD and Green Schoolyards America to change this norm by transforming asphalt yards into living schoolyards. Next slide. Living schoolyards are trees, gardens, outdoor classrooms, and spaces designed by and for students and the surrounding community. Benefits to students, staff, and communities are many. You'll see there's increased learning, better health and wellness, more community engagement and cohesion, and improved environmental health, such as cleaner air. Next slide. To date, the Trust for Public Land and Green Schoolyards America have worked with OUSD to pass a board policy, include living schoolyards in the facilities master plan, and build pilot projects, which I'll talk about quickly. And we've raised over $4 million for this work. Next slide. The board policy, which you all passed, the development of living schoolyards, outlines the vision. To paraphrase, all OUSD school sites will have living schoolyards, and it gives an implementation plan. Next slide. So this is a map of some pilot projects we're working on. We selected the pilot projects based on neighborhood demographics, need at the individual school, and readiness, always with an overarching focus on equity. Next slide. Community engagement is an essential component of these Living Schoolyard projects. We engage students, families, and neighbors from project planning through construction and stewardship. Next slide. So this is International College School. I'm just making sure I'm on the right slide. ICSTCN Cesar Chavez campus. Before any renovation, as you'll see, it's just a big asphalt lot that floods during storms or any rain event. Next slide. This is the plan. It features gathering places, nature play areas, and even a dry creek. Next slide. And these are construction photographs. Construction is actually finishing this week, and you'll see a major transformation from that asphalt parking lot 2 slides ago, or the asphalt play lot 2 slides ago, to a space with trees and gardens and fields. Next slide. This is Markham, another pilot project. Again, a lot of asphalt. Next slide. This is the plan for Markham, the design plan. It features a turf field and lots of shaded areas where kids can play or rest. Next slide. We finished phase 1 of construction last year. You'll see a lot of shrubs and seating areas, outdoor classrooms, and we'll start phase 2 this year. Next slide. This is Melrose Leadership Academy at Maxwell Park. Again, a big asphalt play lot. The plan, next slide, the plan includes a big field, shaded areas, and again, new planted areas for children to play in and teachers to use. And next slide. The community, this shows phase 1 of Melrose Leadership Academy. The community was very involved with planting in phase 1. And we plan to start phase 2 in 2021 in coordination with the facilities department. So next slide, next steps. For the next steps, there's an amendment to the partnership agreement on the consent calendar tonight. Thank you very much. And next slide. We're also working on guidelines and standards for living schoolyards at Oakland. We've hired an expert consultant to lead TPL, Green Schoolyards America, and OUSD through a 1-year process to develop these standards. Next slide. We are committed to supporting OUSD with regards to stewardship and maintenance, and have committed up to $300,000 for maintenance and community use. Community use is opening the schoolyards to community members after school hours, and $40,000 for potential professional development for teachers and gardeners. Next slide. So we hope to continue to partner with OUSD on developing a project pipeline with these factors as consideration factors. Next slide. And to close, we think this work is really fundable. As I mentioned, we've raised $4 million to date, and there's a lot of state and private funding available. Congratulations to the board and the community on passing Measure Y. We urge OUSD to use some of the Measure Y funding for living schoolyards because they have such a huge benefit on Oakland. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions? Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you.
We all agreed to 1 minute.
Yep. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to really thank you for the work. It makes a huge difference at Markham. I really hope once schools are open again, colleagues, that you'll get a chance to go by there and see how different the campus looks and feels. So I just really appreciate the work, and also that District 6 has been, been lucky to be, have some of the projects. I think potentially Havens Court is also hopefully going to be on the list in the future. So that's just really exciting that we can get some of these schools that are too hot, you know, that don't have shade, that don't have ventilation, you know, get them just nicer places for kids to be and learn. So thank you.
The Havens Court campus, Director Gonzalez, is the Rose Foundation has a grant to do a project there. So
okay.
TPL is you know, not as involved there. But if we had a master plan, that would be a good way to track all that.
Right.
So Trudy, I just had a couple of questions for you if you want to restart the clock, because I think Director Vice President Gonzalez was done. So I'm wondering if you can talk about how this prepares us to be able to offer more outdoor learning in light of the COVID situation. And then I'm also interested in understanding more about what it would take, you know, what do we need to do? What does the board need to do to commit to developing that master plan for living schoolyards? Because some of our schools have gardens and other green features because they've been improved, and that's been part of the CHIPS design that we've used on those campuses, but you know, others do not.
So thanks for the questions. For the outdoor learning and COVID, outdoor spaces are ideal for minimizing spread of the virus. And I know that there's a team, Tadashi's involved, and Kat Romo from the garden program working specifically on outdoor learning at OUSD. They've designed a model school outdoor classroom, and the Trust for Public Land is actually funding purchasing all the materials for that. So in the next few months, there's a lot of work being done to try to prepare outdoor spaces for children to learn outside. We're looking at this as, you know, a long-term benefit to the district, not just in the next few months. So I think outdoor spaces over the next decades will benefit the district as well. And to answer your question about the master plan, I think we have started to work with Tadashi and his team about defining criteria that the district can use to prioritize schools that would be on a list for receiving funding for renovations. I think I mentioned readiness, which includes, is there a principal who's interested? Also looking at site conditions, which Tadashi included in the facilities master plan, analyzing the site conditions of the living schoolyards, looking at fundability, looking at equity issues where these schoolyards are needed most. And then site conditions could also include temperature of the schoolyard and canopy cover. So there's several criteria that we have talked with Tadashi about creating a master plan, a living schoolyards master plan, and have a draft of that. But a lot of it depends on where the district is doing other projects. So we could couple these projects with building projects or other facilities improvements to make them efficient and effective.
Great. Any other questions or comments?
I'd be curious as to, we just passed Board Policy 7351, which is about actually the repurposing and recreation of some space that would, in some cases, be open space, a skyline that sits on multiple acres. Brookfield, that it actually has a huge black top that I think that's about 5 or 6 acres. And so I'm kind of curious whether or not your work, your movement is in any way enjoined with the idea of affordable housing, or again, adequate housing. I don't want to use that. I don't want to throw off with the word affordable housing that we, at least in this board policy, have said that we will be exploring and looking at highest and best use for land. And so I'm curious as to whether or not you all have thought about that at all.
We haven't. Or I haven't, but maybe others at the Trust for Public Land or Green Schoolyards America or OUSD have thought about how that can, how those two issues can complement each other. I can look into it. We've been focused on, school sites where there's, and focused on elementary schools primarily. But it would be good to look into that, and I will.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much, Trudy. Sorry for the quick turnaround. Glad you could make it.
Thanks, Jody.
We're gonna go now to item T7, 20-2223. This is a resolution, declaration, and continuation of emergency and award of emergency contract to address a sewer replacement project at McClymonds High School. This requires 4/5 votes, so we need to have as many board members with their screens open and ready to vote as possible. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Gonzalez, seconded by Director Yee. Can we call the roll, please?
Yes, Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes. I apologize. Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Torres. Director Torres. All right. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President Wanda.
Yes,
Motion is adopted.
thank you. We are going now
Madam,
to.
Madam President, forgive me.
Yes.
Was that 6 votes or just 5
Yes,
votes?
it was 6 votes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Extra.
Okay, we're gonna go now to item T8. This is an application for provisional internship permit. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move adoption.
Moved by Director Yee, seconded by Vice President Gonzalez. Can we call the roll, please?
On the motion to adopt T.-8, Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Torres, Director Harris,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge. Director Hinton Hodge. Sorry, can't hear you. You're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice President Gonzalez
Yes.
and President Wanda.
Yes,
Motion's adopted.
thank you. Next is item T9, 202095. This is an application for a variable term program waiver. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I will second, moved by Director Yee, seconded by myself. Can we call the roll, please?
Yes, Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Torres is gone. Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge. I'm sorry, you muted. Director Hinton
Yes.
Hodge.
Yes.
Okay. Vice President Gonzalez
Yes.
and President Wanda.
Yes,
Adopted.
thank you. There's no pupil discipline consent report. Item U, so that brings us to item V, adoption of the general consent report. Earlier, Director Hinton asked that we pull items V16, V31, and V32.
And
the
then
exception
she put
of-
V32, I think she put V32 back.
Uh,
Based on the superintendent's explanation of the indigenous resolution.
Can you clarify that, Director Hinton?
Yes, I was concerned that it was buried in the consent report and that we weren't going to discuss it, but I did not pay attention to the wisdom of the superintendent, who would, of course, acknowledge it.
So now you're only pulling V16 and V31.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So with the exception of those 2 items, do I have a motion to approve the consent report?
So move.
I will second. Can we call the roll, please?
So it was Wallace and Wanda.
Yes.
Okay, on the motion to adopt the general consent report minus the 2 items cited, Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Director Torres, Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President Lund.
Yes.
The general consent report is adopted.
Okay, and then there's two more general consent reports, and I'm trying to find the next one. What page does it start on? Okay.
This is the one on with the V.
V1.
It's V2. Oh yeah, 1. And that's
V1-1. This is a memorandum of understanding between the district and Girls Inc. Is there a motion to approve?
Madam President, before this one, I believe this is a separate consent because of a conflict of interest by Director Torres.
Yes.
She's not here to explain, but for the record, as she has in the past, I believe she sits on the board of that organization, which is why she needs to be excused. With respect, I'm stopping her video in case she does come back on, just as if she were to leave the room. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion to approve item V1-1?
So moved.
I will second. Can we call the roll, please?
Director Yi.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge. Director Hinton Hodge. You're muted.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President Lund.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. General consent report V2. These are all items that are funded by our Measure B and Measure J general obligation bonds. Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Director Yi.
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Gonzalez. Can we call the roll, please?
Yes, Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Torres. Director Yi.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President Lund.
Yes.
Adopted.
Thank you. The next item is item V16. This is a professional services agreement between the Oakland Public Education Fund and the district's Adult Education Department. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Director Hinton. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice President Gonzalez. Director Hinton, you pulled this?
Yes. This is more of a sampling of looking at the number of contracts that have come out. I know that they're in response, it seems to, obviously COVID and extra support, a lot of resources, external folks donating in and that type of thing. But I had raised this issue before around in the distance learning policy, and it was highly controversial. And there was a lack of alignment because I was trying to align it to policy 7115, which really looks at small and local vendors. And so I just want to note that I haven't necessarily done any policy work in that realm, because one of the things that I knew was going to happen, there was going to be a flurrying of new supports, new contractors. And the conversation for me is always like, is this dollar generating with local? Again, we can't talk about race. We can't necessarily talk about gender, but we do talk often about local and small businesses, which tends to be a proxy for race and tends to be a proxy for gender. And so I raise it. I love the edge point. So this is not poking at any one thing, but so I just feel like I like what has happened over the 6 to 7 months when we knew more resources were going to be floating around, and have we been intentional about ensuring that small and local businesses are the ones who are getting these contracts?
Thank you. Can we call the roll, please?
I'd like an answer.
Okay, and you're wanting an answer from the superintendent?
It's got to be superintendent or Miss Lisa Grant Dawson. I mean, whoever is, I don't know, Mr. Sarecki, I'm not really sure. Because some of these contracts are not driven by school sites. These are driven at the central office. And so, again, I asked for there hasn't been that policy to drive it or direct you all as well. So I'm just wondering, has there been any change of mindset? Do you have a sense of balance in these contracts?
I'm happy to get back to you and follow up just so that I can give you a more thorough response, if that's okay. If you can just kind of formulate the question in an email, happy to do that.
Sure.
But understand the essence of your question.
Okay. And there was there's multiple contracts in this, and I did not pull all of them, but I see lots of contracts for folks. And so the conversation for me is, are these local folks? In some cases I can see they're from, El Sobrante or wherever they may be from. Thank you.
Okay, can we call the roll on this, please?
The roll call for this item, which is V.-16, Director Harris. Director Harris.
He stepped away.
Okay, Director Hinton.
Yes.
Director Torres, absent. Director Yee.
Yeah.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. I'm being informed by the General Counsel that we need to take a revote on that item related to the sewer repair at McClymonds, but we need to have 6 board members voting and we only have 5 here.
We did have 6 members voting.
Okay, but Director Ng's video was off and the General Counsel is telling me that we need to retake that vote. Can you recall that vote, please?
Yeah, just a second.
My apologies, I wasn't checking on that earlier.
All right, on the revote on the Forefield sewer emergency at McClymonds, Director Hinton Hodge. You're muted.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Torres. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
6 votes.
The motion, I'm sorry, we're now going back to the other item that was pulled from the general consent report, item V31, a grant agreement between the Walter Annalise Haas Fund and our high school linked learning office. Do I have a motion to approve? I will make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Director Yee. Director Yee is seconding. Director Hinton.
Thank you. Again, this is actually a really great one. So I actually pulled it to kind of celebrate that this work is happening. I feel like very early on in the pandemic, there was these conversations about how the economic crisis, right, that young people were experiencing and their families were experiencing. And so to see philanthropy step in this particular way, a significant amount of money, I'm not going to be sarcastic about philanthropy supporting our school district and supporting our families, private dollars doing that kind of work. And I just kind of recall like the board members speaking to these types of ideas and staff members speaking to these type of ideas. So appreciating, I don't know if it was, I always feel like it's Mr. Surecki a lot of times, but I'm sure it was a collective group of folks, and superintendent, the 2 of them together are an incredible team of kind of just resourcing things and resourcing ideas and innovation. So, I mean, I think that this is critical. And I heard Director Harris often talking about that as well. So just very appreciative of the staff of doing this work and to the Haas Foundation for doing that work, and for these young people to step up and do the work as well, and earn this opportunity. So that was my.
Thank you. Can we call the roll? Can we call the roll, please, on item V31?
Yes. Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Torres, absent. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yep.
And President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We go now to item W, the introduction of new legislative matters. We have two new legislative matters tonight, VW1 and W2. These are both material revisions, one from the Lighthouse Community Charter School for its K-8 school and the other for Lodestar grades K-12. Those will be taken up at a public hearing to be held, I believe, next week. We're now on item X.
It's December 2nd.
December 2nd, my
Yes.
bad. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. I stand corrected. Public hearing will be December 2nd. We're now at item X, regular board members report. Does anybody have a report this evening? No. I'm
Madam
gonna get out
President.
of here way before 1.
Madam President.
Yes.
I will apologize. They are being held next week. The decision is on December 2nd.
Okay. The hearing will be next week on November 18th, and the decision on the material revisions will be issued on December 2nd. Okay. Board member reports, item X. Are there any reports? It was seeming like there were not. Everyone looks super tired on Zoom. So we will move on to item Y. This is the agenda building and work plan review. Is there anything anybody wants to add at this time related to the work plan?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
I had not fully had all of my ideas vetted around adding to the board orientation piece. And again, kind of in light of the George Floyd resolution and the conversations about committing to being an anti-racist school district, I had made some proposals, and I just want to kind of clean them up. And so I don't know if I need to bring a new legislative matter, or again, I can kind of bring it in writing for at least the next meeting and bring it forward. I remember Vice President Gonzalez suggesting that some of the things she might accept or seemed appropriate. So but I never really followed up. So I will follow up. My strategy is about taking every area that we're talking about and discussing, that you all will be discussing, that we look at some of those issues through race equity lenses, or we look at data that will help inform some of those particular areas, because it's a very very powerful orientation layout and curriculum, but it lacks a equity and race lens to it. So I will bring that forward for our work plan, or what's left of it for my work plan. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Is there any, so we're now at the point in the agenda where we have additional public comment on the items we just covered, V through X. Is there anyone who has their hand raised, Ms. Floyd?
No, President London, there are no hands raised.
Okay, so this is somewhat historic because we extended the meeting to 1 o'clock and it's 11:22. So congratulations, everybody. We will be holding a special meeting next week to vote on some charter applications that we held hearings on a few weeks ago. And there will be an orientation session for the new board members next week, and the current board members if we wish to attend. And that will be on Zoom, and the public can observe if they wish. So look for that in our calendar, and have a nice Thanksgiving, however you find a way to celebrate it. And let's be glad for what we do have, and keep working to make everything else better. Thank you. We are now adjourned.
Madam President, I believe there is another opportunity for public comment.
We called for public comment,
Oh.
General Counsel, and no one raised their hand.
I'm just tired. My apologies.
That's all right. Talk to you all soon. Goodbye. Good night.